the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Mario, you can start recording.
Good evening, everyone. It's going to call to order this meeting of the board. It's September 19th, 2022, 6 o'clock. Can we have a roll call, please, Joel?
Thank you. Director Anderson?
Here.
Director Roberson?
Here.
Director Riley?
Here.
Director Edwards?
Here.
Director Mallett?
Here.
Vice Chair Adams?
Here.
Chair Paul?
Here.
All directors are present.
Great. So welcome again, everyone, and any members of the public who are tuning in as well. Let's now do the Pledge of Allegiance. And please stand if you're able to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So, additions and corrections to our agenda.
Yes, Madam Chair, we are going to reverse the order of items 14 and 15 this evening. And there were a couple of attachments that were sent out to you on Friday.
For a different item, yes, or for these?
Yes, so what was distributed to the Board of Directors, the District Council, and General Manager is revised exhibits to item 19, revised exhibit 19B, and then also on item number 21, revised exhibit 21B.
Yep.
Okay, yes, thank you, Joel. So these are revised org charts, right?
That is
for
correct.
the district. Okay, thank you. So it's time now for oral communications, where members of the public can address the board. Joel, do you want to please explain what the rules are?
Yes. Good evening. Anyone wishing to address the board on consent calendar, information items, closed session items, or matters not listed on the agenda may only do so during oral communications. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. The public may comment on all other matters at the time they are presented. You may raise your hand by using the raise hand function found on your Zoom application. And if you're calling in, please push *9. And at this time, we do have one member of the public who wishes to make public input this evening. Directors, are you able to see my screen share here?
Yes, I can.
Susan, when you're ready, please present your comment.
Hi, Susan Schiavone. I just wanted to kind of share with you that I'm going out and doing some outreach in the community. And I'm noticing that most people don't know much about water issues. They only know that it's a drought and we have high water bills. And then a lot of them have heard that the desal plant may be being built and may solve our water problems. I have particular concerns about the messaging that people are getting, especially in Seaside, because we will be highly impacted economically if the desal is approved. I'm doing outreach, trying to tell people about the Coastal Commission meeting coming up. So I think there's like a CalAm-based narrative that's probably dominant out in the community more now. And I'm concerned about that. CalAm's doing a lot more online, and I get emails from them on a regular basis. I'm not sure if people know that, but I do, and I'm sure other ratepayers do as well. So they're kind of doing that kind of outreach online quite a bit. So I just think that maybe as this Coastal Commission thing is coming up, I know I'm going to try to make it more obvious to the public what a good choice would be coming up to this commission meeting. And I just want to let the district know that I have some concerns about the narrative that's out in the community. So I will be working against that in Seaside because I'm going to try to educate a lot of people between now and November. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Susan, for that report. Very helpful. Are there other members of the public who would like to speak at this
Chair
time?
Paul, Chair Paul, I see no raised hands, so I return this back to the board.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the consent calendar. Does anyone want to pull any of the items 1 through 8 from consent?
Madam Chair, I pull item number 8, please.
Very well. I was thinking of doing that myself. That's good. Okay. Any others? Shall we see if any member of the public wants to pull an item from consent?
Yes, if you would like to pull an item from the consent calendar, please raise your hand. Chair Paul, I see no raised hands.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve items 1 through 7?
I'll make a motion. I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Director Malik? Director Edwards?
Yes.
Director Riley?
Aye.
Director Roberson?
Yes.
Director Anderson?
Yes.
Going back to Director Malik?
You're muted, Director Malik. You're still muted.
Yes.
Muted. Thank you.
Vice Chair Adams?
Aye.
Chair Paul?
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Okay. Item 8. Director
And-
Edwards?
Yes, in a shocking coincidence, we are prepared with a presentation on this item that's been.
Thank you, General
Be late.
Manager. Thank you. Hey, I just want a quick overview. We're spending $25,000 on this grant, and I'd just like the public to be informed on it.
I approve.
Yes, and this
So,
is, this is contingent spending only on if they secure the other funding they need. With that, I'll turn it over to Stephanie Locke.
And I will turn it over to Joelle to start a PowerPoint for you.
Directors, are you able to see the screen share?
Yes.
All right, so this item is considering grant funding for the Mobile Direct Recirculating Apparatus Firefighting Training and Sustainability, which comes out to DRAFTS unit. This is a request for funding from the local water project grant fund that the district has, and it was a request made by Monterey Peninsula College Public Safety Training Center and the Monterey County Fire Training Officers Association. Next. So Director Edwards, I know you wanted to see a photo of what this equipment looks like. So this is a similar product. It is a mobile drafts unit on a trailer, and I will go into a little more detail on what this does, but it's a 2,100 gallon water capacity trailer that helps to save water. Next.
And you're going to tell us how.
I'm going, yes. Oops, what
I'm
happened?
just having a bit of trouble here. Let's do this again.
That's okay. Yeah, that's the right one. So
The slide here.
that's the correct slide. Yeah. So firefighter training involves flowing water to train firefighters on water application. Our water waste rules actually exempt firefighter water use and specifically training, water use for training from our water waste regulations. But clearly the wise use of water is always encouraged. There's training that has to be done by both the firefighters and the engineers who actually run the pump out apparatus. and the delivery of the water. So this drafts unit saves water by capturing and reusing water used for training. And Joel, can you just go to the next slide, please? So reasons that the board should support the purchase of a drafts unit. As I mentioned, water waste is always something we want to avoid. This is a self-contained unit. It recirculates the water that's required for a number of different training applications. The drafts unit is an open system, which is also making it a really good platform for doing pump testing and conserves water in that process. And as I mentioned previously, it allows approximately 2,100 gallons of water to be pumped continually. Next. The recommendation this evening is that the board approve a grant of $25,000 for the drafts unit purchased by Monterey Peninsula College and the Monterey County Fire Training Officers Association, conditioned on other funding sources being secured and the purchase occurring within the current district fiscal year. And I do want to point out that the photo in the lower right corner here is actually a photo of the training that is occurring over at the former Fort Ord. So this is a obviously community benefit project, and I think the district would benefit by supporting this situation. So if you have any further questions, Mr. Greenlee, who is the Monterey Peninsula College representative, is available online, and he could probably answer things far better than I can.
I have one question. Is it a flat amount of that what we would, the district would contribute to, or is it a percentage? For some reason, my recollection is we had talked about a 25% of the.
That was it. Yes, Director Powell, that was a different item that you're thinking of. I believe that was the rebate that we were talking about. This item is a flat 25,000, which is just less than a quarter of the total cost of the unit. And like I said, it would be conditioned on their securing additional funding to cover the rest of the costs.
Thank you.
And
Other questions?
yeah, my question is to Mr. Greenlee, I believe it is, if we can get him, is this could be used to test fire engines for the regular pump tests?
Yes, that is one of the options of what it can be used for. Is they can be used for annual service testing and as well as the normal fire flow training and things like that. It's actually one of the things that they list on their flyers and everything as one of the added benefits for it.
Okay, and my next question is this going to be used countywide, like Monterey County Regional Fire? Can they use this? Will they be able to use it?
Yes, our intention is to make this available to the county through the college and or the county fire training officers. And as a result of that, we've been working with Marina Coast Water and the other water districts throughout the county to try and secure funding from any programs they may have available, since this will be a water saving device that will be available to be used in all the various water districts throughout the county.
Okay, good. And my next question, are the cities going to be putting in for this to help out with this? Because it benefits them a whole lot, because they can test their fire engines a lot cheaper than send them all the way over to Modesto and over to CDF.
That is part of the overall funding plan. The quote that we received for this trailer was $110,000. So as Stephanie said, we're about 25% with the support from the water district. The other water districts would be our first opportunity for the rest of the funding, and then the Training Officers Association and the Public Safety Training Center through MPC would look for trying to figure out how we're going to pay for the rest of it, provided with the funding that we receive. And some of the things we have talked about is either something similar to a JPA, where agencies can either buy into or help support the initial purchase in exchange for the future use of it, or some sort of a fee-based use to help cover the ongoing maintenance, or the minimal maintenance, but the ongoing cost of maintaining the crop.
Okay, and I just want to thank you for the presentation. It's a good idea for water saving advice. Because I know you're either gonna take your fire engines over to, Mosquito, give them service for pump tests, or if you can get into the CDF, station down there on Garden Road, and that pump, I think is stationary. So this is a good advice, and, I appreciate you, coming to the district for assistance. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Other questions
Any
or
other-
comments? Well, I just want to echo Director Edwards' appreciation for bringing this. It sounds like a really, really worthwhile project. Very
Yeah, Chief,
deserving of-
Chief Panholzer has his hand up.
Oh. Let's hear from Chief Panholzer. Can we,
He's been unmuted.
Can I see? Oh, I guess I can't share my video. That's okay. So good evening, members of the Water Board. Yeah, it's Fire Chief Gaudens Panholzer.
okay, we're having trouble hearing. He's muted for some reason.
Chief, if you could try to unmute one more time.
Yeah, I think when you upgraded me, then it remuted me. So can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, members of the board, for allowing me to speak on this item. As the fire chief of most of the peninsula cities, I strongly encourage you to approve this grant. This device will certainly help us get back into doing more regular training with the flowing water. We've really cut back. Even though we are exempt, we believe in doing our part to save water. And so we've substantially cut back. And as was pointed out, we can also use this for doing our annual pump tests. So it has a lot of great benefits for us, and it will save a lot of water. And there's another side benefit to it. Normally, if we flow water and we flow it out into the open, it goes into the storm drain system, and actually treated water, like chlorinated water out of the pipes, shouldn't go into the storm drain system because that flows to the bay. And so it also has a very positive environmental impact because we're not going to create a lot of runoff from our training. So lots of great benefits out of this, and I think it's a great opportunity for us to partner in saving water. So thank you again, and I hope you approve it.
Certainly sounds like a great opportunity. Any other comments or questions? Shall we take it out to the public?
Chair Paul, during oral communications, I believe that is the appropriate time for members of the public to make comments on the consent calendar, unless you wish to open up public comment again.
I think if there is anyone who wants to say, we can hear it now since we did take it off consent.
Okay, will do. If you would like to make public comment on item number 8, please raise your hand. Chair Paul, I see no raised hands.
Thank you.
Chair Paul, I move for approval.
I second it.
And quickly on the second, thank you, staff, for putting this report back together, and thank the fire chiefs out there for bringing it to our attention. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd like to add my thanks, since of course Chief Gaudens is Monterey's chief, but also for many of the other jurisdictions, we have a unified fire department. And also, Chair Paul, you're exactly right. If once something's pulled from the consent, you do have to open it again for public comment.
All right, thank you, Mayor Roberson, for that information. And then just for the record, the motion was made by Director Edwards and the second by, I didn't quite get that.
Both Karen and I, so coin.
Why don't you say Director Anderson second, okay? Doesn't matter. Okay,
Are we ready for a roll call vote, Chair Paul?
I believe we are.
Okay. Director Roberson,
Yes.
Director Anderson,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Aye.
Director Edwards,
Yes.
Director Malik,
Yes.
Vice Chair Adams,
Aye.
Chair Paul.
Yes,
The motion is adopted on a vote of 7-0.
unanimous. Thank you again to our fire chiefs for this project, for collaborating with us on this project. Okay. General Manager, it's time for your reports.
Yes, thank you. Uh-oh.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'll find you all again.
We can see you.
We can,
Yep, I'll
we
be
haven't
fine.
see and hear you.
No, we're good.
Oh, I see what happened.
Yeah, you were hiding behind your desk. I know what you were doing.
Exactly. This is our standard monthly report on compliance with the adjudication of the Seaside Basin and the State Water Board cease and desist order. In simplest terms, our actual year to date through 11 months is below the target by a significant amount. The biggest differences remain in the Seaside groundwater basin, where actual has exceeded budgeted through this point in time. And as you can see, the Carmel River basin is below target. I must tell you that the math changed during the waning years of the cease and desist order, or the revised period. So Carmel River Basin includes things like ASR diversions up to 600 acre feet in Malpaso and Table 13, all kind of collectively. So less valuable information here than we previously had. The water projects, ASR recovery, we've done no recovery this year. Everything that went into the ground in December remains in the ground. There is a total balance in the ground of approximately 1,300 acre feet. Pure Water Monterey recovery is tracking our contractual obligation of 3,500 acre feet per year quite well. And in fact, will likely exceed that. But there was some carryover in the ground from the prior water year. Table 13 is rain dependent. There was only 68 acre feet this year, and I doubt we'll see anything from last night's rain or over the weekend's rain, but nevertheless, we're happy to have it that was out there. In monthly production for all sources for customer service, or what we call demand, this is all the water that's feeding the system to meet the customer's usage. With 1 month remaining to be reported, you can see that we are 36 acre feet below last year, which means on a long-term trend basis since 2002, so now 21 years, you can see this will just add another year of that attenuation or that leveling off that we've seen for a period of roughly 8 years, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, all in this below 10,000 acre feet range. A far cry different from where we were, and you get a little more information on that in item 17's presentation. The rain gauge, not worth talking about, except that, interestingly, last night's rain, you can see was coming in, but most of what, and this is up at San Clemente, so not like Monterey Airport or down in the coastal areas, but it also clicks off at midnight. So everything that occurred today after midnight this morning does not appear on this chart. And we're highly confident there will be a little bit more. So what all you see here for this last weekend was about 0.15 roughly of additional rainfall. And that should go up to about an inch, or at least over half an inch up in San Clemente. So we're a little excited to see that. I know that all of our reclamation project customers, the 7 golf courses in Robert Louis Stevenson School, were evaluating the purchase of some potable water to augment the end of the water year. And I'm anxious to find out, I didn't have the conversation today, but they may end up deferring all that because of this one singular rain event, which would be good. And then finally, unimpaired flow in the river, nothing, very negligible. We have dry reaches in a variety of locations on the river. And that concludes that report.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay. Then, thank you,
Okay.
Dave.
Well, it's the Dave show. I've got the next one as well. Just a brief update on water supply projects. I will once again share my screen. And here you go. Just a few things that you likely have heard a little bit about. On the desalination project, it was announced on September 1st that the coastal development permit application in front of the Coastal Commission was deemed complete. Shortly thereafter, a hearing was scheduled for November 17th. That will be local in the city of Salinas. And then at the same time, we have simultaneously proceeding in front of the Public Utilities Commission, the phase 2 hearings on basically supply and demand issues for the Cal-Am service territory, which could potentially have an impact on the Coastal Commission activities, but unfortunately are not scheduled to be complete until likely March of this should read 2023, my apologies, which would be after the November Coastal Commission hearing. Progress on Pure Water Monterey. On September 1st, we reached the 2-year anniversary of water delivered to Cal-Am for customer use. Something people just kind of forgot about because it's working just fine, which is a good thing. Today, the proposed decision in the PUC proceeding phase 1 was due based on the scoping memo that had been distributed. It has not come in. Perhaps we'll get lucky tomorrow or it'll be sometime this week. Next month, Marina Coast Water District should begin deliveries for their portion for recycled water to Bayonet and Black Horse golf courses. And then early next year, there's an effort to increase what's called the waste discharge requirement, which is that controls water going into the ground. And the goal is to increase that so that we can then take greater advantage of the capacity that's there in the plant and deliver even more water than the contractual obligation of 3,500 acre feet per year. This one's a little faded, but I wanted to let you know that the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency did its new appointments and reappointments to the Groundwater Technical Advisory Committee. And down here, right about in the middle, is John Lear of Monterey Peninsula Water Management District. So I'm sure that certainly Director Riley and the others of you who want us to stay regional will be pleased to know that we'll be serving on that technical advisory committee. And then finally, tomorrow, Monterey County Board of Supervisors is hosting its second in the Regional Water Forum. This one, first steps towards a 21st century water system. This is the second installment called Importance of a Water Secure Future. And then the third installment will be November 8th as currently scheduled as planned. So that's everything that's fit to print on what's going on in water.
Supervisor Adams. Oh, you're muted.
Just FYI, I believe that third forum we will have will be in December.
Good to know.
And the one tomorrow begins at 1:30, is that correct?
That's correct, at the Board of Supervisors chambers.
So we'll check and see if that slide is changed by tomorrow at 1:30. All right. And that concludes this item.
General Manager, before you go to your next item, question on that first item that you had. It's a question to the board itself. The question I have out there, should we hire a lobbyist to talk to the Coastal Commission, or should we send our general manager out there to talk to them? We're going to be talking about supply and demand later on this evening, and I think if anybody good at saying what that supply and demand is the general manager. When can we make a decision on that? It's just around the corner. So.
True.
Yeah.
What would be an appropriate place to have that discussion? Maybe a little guidance from our general counsel would. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I do believe that that is a broad topic that is actually within the discussion point of either agenda item 19 or 20, which is there's a public outreach specialist or having a consultant for public outreach. I believe that public outreach consultant could be given any assignment of tasks, and that would be the place to have this discussion.
Very good. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I just want
do that.
And
Bring
while
it-
we're on the subject, I do want to point out in the packet under item 25, letters received, supplemental letter packet, you will find a letter that we sent to the executive director of the Coastal Commission, pointing out the seeming incongruity between their schedule to have a hearing and the Public Utilities Commission to close their proceeding in phase 2. So as of right now, we got no traction with that letter, but at least it's out there, and it should be in their minds at this point.
Yeah, we have various ways to get the information out there and considered. So we will keep that in mind for sure. Thank you. Thank you for sending the letter though. I thought it was a good idea. Yeah. Any other questions on general manager's report on the water supply? Okay, then are you ready to go on to 11?
Yeah,
the
so
Sleepy
item
Hollow?
11, we're going to pick up, Joel's going to share his screen, and Thomas Christensen, our manager of Environmental Resources Division, is going to give an overview of what's been going on out at Sleepy Hollow since you were all out there.
All right, Joel, you have the presentation. Thank you. Okay, good evening, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to update you on Sleepy Hollow. This update is primarily with regards to a recent project that happened this spring. Next slide. To do some updating of some tanks and other infrastructure that was starting to show its life and extended years. Many of the tanks out at Sleepy Hollow were over 25 years old, and they had been placed on kind of concrete type pavers. They had slowly settled into the ground, so some cracks had started to form in the tanks. So a lot of the electrical supply switches were kind of outdated and experiencing corrosion. And as well as that, the chillers were also not functioning very well. And a lot of the drain handles for these tanks were also getting damaged and very poor functioning valves. These quarantine tanks are where the young of the year steelhead are brought. And these are the steelhead that are rescued at drying portions along the river. And then they spend approximately 24 hours to a couple days in these quarantine tanks and are treated so that we don't introduce disease into the rearing channel. Next slide, please. And you can see here, this is the old setup. You can see, cracks in the tanks that had been repaired with fiberglass and resin, and the settling of tanks, and unfortunately being sitting on the soil, and some valves that are down below the deck. Next slide. And so the work consisted of removing 6 of these 8-foot diameter tanks and replacing them with new ones, and 1 4-foot diameter tank. The chillers had a lot of corrosion and had a lot of wear and tear, so those were replaced as well as the plumbing that connects to these chillers to keep the water temperature cool for the young of the year steelhead. There was excavation and compaction below the old tanks where concrete slabs were poured to support the new tanks. all the plumbing and electrical was reconnected, and new pumps and new chiller units were installed. And one item, which was an upgrade to one of the panels, was deemed not to be necessary, so that work was not carried out. Next slide, please. So you can see the contractor here had to pull the tanks, dismantle, the old plumbing. They had to actually number the decking so that they could get the deck back together without having to go out and buy new deck materials, and remove the tanks. So then next slide, please. And there was a lot of handwork required to kind of get the elevations right of the new tanks, and then allow for room to pour the concrete. Next slide. So this is an example of steel reinforcement mat that was put in with, rebar meshed together, pouring of the concrete. Next slide. Placement of tanks. These tanks, are double walled and have some insulation, so that also helps keep the water temperature cool for young of the year steelhead. Next slide. And this is how it looks today. And we have brought in over 10,000 young of the year steelhead this year to the rearing tanks and the rearing channel. And the project worked out well. It came online just in time for rescues that started in late spring. Next slide. So 100% of the contract work is complete. Everything's functional. There's a few remaining tasks to be carried out with some of the electrical installation and some tank covers. We're experimenting with different kinds of tank covers that aren't too heavy to lift off and move back and forth, especially for one person. And one of the tanks has a bubble, but that's something that can be filled with some resin or epoxy. But no cracks, just a bubble. It's probably from the heat and some moisture inside. Next slide, please. So basically the board has authorized, for the tank installation, $262,500, and we spent $239,847. There is some design work that was done that was authorized by the board. To date, we've only spent just over 34,000 of the 67. There is some work that we hope to be doing next winter when the steelhead are out for the rearing channel work, but these are the costs that we have incurred so far for the upgrade of the facility. And Larry Hampson has, in his role as district engineer, had been doing the project supervision. He's semi-retired, so Larry and I work together sometimes presenting information.
Thank you.
Well, the two of you must have done a very good job of project management.
Yeah, I gotta thank Larry for that one. I was busy on other things, but yeah, he's done a lot of really helpful, useful things for the district out in the field, especially related to Sleepy Hollow in the last couple of years.
Looks good.
He's not here, is he? All right, well, we'll thank him as soon as we.
That was part
Yes,
of the
please go.
agreement. You didn't have to come to board meetings anymore.
That was part of the deal.
Yeah.
I get it.
And after item 21, I think it is, and a couple more days, he won't be district engineer any longer either.
Well, he certainly
He did a great
accomplished
job.
some help. Yeah. We'll have to tell him and thank him in person. Questions or comments?
Comments? Thomas, good report. I'm glad to see that you showed us the financing on that. So I know you're going to save that money because what you were saying, you have something to do with it later on. So, but I'm proud to see that the tank got replaced and things are going well out there at Sleepy Hollow. And I thought I'd see Larry one more time, but I see he got out of that. But keep doing a good job out there, and tell the staff too. I appreciate everything they're doing out there.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
If I can just add a comment, besides the big stuff, the little stuff I'm still impressed with. You had to number the planks in the deck in order to not have to buy new ones in order to put it down. That impresses me in a strange way, but maybe not a strange way. Thank you.
All right.
Definitely
Mindful,
looks like the
mindful.
Hilton for the fish, compared to the something else. Anyway, it looks wonderful.
All right.
Okay.
Any public? Joelle, let's take it out to the public.
Yes, so if you would like to make public comment on the presentation that was just given, please raise your hand. Or if you're calling in, push *9. And we do have a member of the public who wishes to make public input at this time. Directors, are you able to see my timer here?
Yes.
We can.
And when you're ready, Susan, please present your comment.
Hi, I just want to also add my congrats on doing this. I think it's great. It looks so much better. I took a tour out there when I first got on the oversight committee for 152, and it looked pretty shabby, actually. There was a lot of things that needed repairing, and I'm really glad to see you're taking some money and time and putting it in order and making it work much better. So I'm all into you saving those fish. So good work. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Susan.
And
Other
Chair
members
Paul,
of the public?
Chair Paul, I see no raised hands. So I return this
Thank
back to
you.
the board.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So thank you very much, Thomas, for that very uplifting report
Okay, thank you.
Great.
and
And
for
now
all the work
I'll-
you've done.
I'll do item 12, and Joelle, I'll go ahead and just screen share. It's pretty easy. There was a request at the Finance and Administration Committee meeting to just kind of take a snapshot of the year-end expenditures on legal expenses. This is something we've tracked internally and quarterly for the Finance and Administration Committee. This is what I would call a bar chart of our normal annual legal expenses. And when I say normal, this is exclusive of a couple of things, which I'll talk about in the next slide, by year. So each color represents a different year. And you may recall that our CFO and myself both came in 2012, and we thought that we needed a little more diligence in monitoring legal expenses. Now, 4 years into it, we sued the Public Utilities Commission over our user fee, and there were some other things going on, so that was a big year for us. But we've had, generally speaking, a nice, gentle downward trend. But I can tell you the last 2 years where we've had both rate cases, our complaint in front of the Public Utilities Commission, and some other special projects that the time commitment was a little bit higher than expected, but we're still right on budget. For the close of the fiscal year, we exceeded the budget by only $702.
Wow.
But with that, I think it's important to also see some things that were specific and didn't need to be expended if they didn't exist. And one is the Taxpayers Association lawsuit. During the last fiscal year, we spent $52,800, all of which was included in the prior slide. And that's both the delay in Laredo in-house expenses and the Colantano outside legal expense, which are both included in that overall law budget. The LAFCO lawsuit, a portion, which would be the delay in Laredo general expenditures, was included in the last slide. But the majority of the 104, almost 91,000 worth, is not included there, but was included separately and would have been included in other Measure J expenses outside of what you're going to see down here below. And then the CEQA lawsuit that we didn't ask for, but CalAm's attorneys brought to us over Measure J. None of that was included in the prior slide, and that was about 140,000. And then over phase 1 and phase 2, so not including the new appraisal phase, which is phase 3 of the Measure J activities, just general expenses for our eminent domain attorneys, some of delay in Laredo, and a little bit of Colantano on some outside issues, has totaled $525,000, over $500,000. So I think it's important that our public understands that we live in a very, it's a world of litigation, and it ebbs and it flows, but we've got a few things in front of us right now. So these expenditures that you see, the none in the prior slides, those have been over multiple years. Frankly, the bottom one's been over 3 years. The 140 for CEQA was really over just a single year, but it straddled 2 fiscal years. So it got picked up in the last 2 fiscal years. And that's just it for informational purposes, and nothing else to add.
So just to clarify, Dave, the total of the cost of the LAFCO proceeding exclusive of the lawsuit that we filed, I mean, just the cost of the proceeding, that was included in the prior slide?
It was.
And that's total.
Yep.
Tell us again approximately what that was so the public, to remind everyone who's listening.
Yeah, and I probably shouldn't have said LAFCO lawsuit. So just the total of delay in Laredo's oversight of Shoot Mahali for the lawsuit and participation in meetings with LAFCO and LAFCO's counsel for the LAFCO application was a total of 13,000. So I probably have overstated how much was for the lawsuit. It was both. That did appear in the prior slide, but it was supporting both efforts, just the application and the lawsuit.
But the cost for consultants and so forth for the LAFCO proceeding, where is that?
Right.
Expense?
That's just in other consultant related costs. So in item, it's got to be
not legal. Not included.
Right. It's
in the
not legal. It's just all consulting fees. And so one of the information items at the end of this packet is the LAFCO costs, and you can see all the different consultants in there.
It's item 24, Dave.
Thanks. Yep.
Okay.
Through the chair, I like to thank the staff, Celeste and the general manager for doing that report that Jay just did. I think it's important that we keep the transparency out there, even though we went over. We told the public that we went over, and we're just trying to keep it as transparent as we can. So thank you again, staff, for that report.
Yeah, it's very helpful, and it's also to one of the reasons we wanted this in our public meeting is to make it clear that we are tracking and paying close attention to all these expenses, including legal costs that some of which we wish we wouldn't be necessary, but if they are, they are, and we're managing it and paying close attention. So if you hear people say otherwise, that's not correct. We do not have our heads in the sand, buried in the sand on this. Okay, so thank you for that legal expenditures report. Is there anything else, General Manager Dave Stoll? in your report?
No, I'll become John Lear in a minute, but we've got an item in between.
Okay, so now it's time for a report from our district council.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. There is no report from closed session from last month because there was no closed session and we did not have a closed session earlier tonight. So there is no closed session report. I was asked by two separate directors to provide a status report as to where we are on two items of litigation with respect to the administrative record. The first item, and Mr. Stoll characterized this as a world of litigation, and it's quite true. The first lawsuit commenting on is Monterey Peninsula Taxpayers Association has sued the district. This is the Taxpayers Association's challenge to Ordinance 152 and the water supply charge. The administrative record for that case has been prepared and has been lodged with the court. The Monterey Peninsula Taxpayers Association has filed their opening brief. The next step is that the district's reply brief will be due by the 21st of September. Thereafter, the Taxpayers Association will have a reply brief due on October 5th, and the trial in that matter before a judge is set for November 4th. The other matter for which an administrative record has been prepared is the district's challenge of LAFCO's decision concerning the scope of the district powers that may be exercised properly by the district. The administrative record for that case has been lodged by LAFCO's counsel, Best and Krieger, just today. And that then triggers the briefing cycle, which by stipulation has been set, and there are 30 days and 30 days and then a reply brief. So that concludes my update of those two matters.
Thank you, General Counsel, and please continue to keep us apprised of what happens in those two cases. Do directors have any questions? Okay. Good, thank you for that. Then we can move on now then to directors' reports, meetings with outside bodies. Of course, we've got a very important meeting coming up tomorrow, but we'll turn our attention out to any that happened since our last meeting. Yes, Director Riley.
I just want to call attention to two things. I'm on the Water Master Board. I finally got board approval to discuss long-range goals of the Water Master and to get a discussion on how they expect to finance any additional water that they feel they want into the basin. I know they have a serious concern, and we're a big player in the basin these days, and it is a reservoir that takes in water, and it's kind of the main source these days. But what I've been really pushing for some time is to get this discussion, this point, out of committee and before the full board. And I finally got permission to do that. And then anyway, I won't go into those issues, but I'm looking forward to having a discussion with the board, with the full board, not just with the committee, on some of these issues about how can we go forward? How can the Water Master pick up more responsibility rather than just cry that they have needs? And that's what I'm hoping we can discuss. So that's coming up, and we just had a meeting a month ago, and it's coming up next month in October. I just wanted to report on that. The second thing was Dave presented a very nice presentation on water supply, demand and supply, on to the League of Women Voters recently, and that will be taped. It was taped and will be available for public looking soon. I haven't heard yet that it's up on their website, but I just want to report on those two items. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Riley. Other directors? Director Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. Me and Director Riley went to Seaside City Council meeting last month, and we talked about Measure J, bringing them up to speed on Measure J. And Director Riley also brought up the fact of how we're going to pay for Measure J. That's been a big question out there, and I'm glad he came behind me and started telling people. And I hope tonight that we can resolve some of that with some outreach to the public on how we're going to pay for that and get that cleared up. I really appreciate what he's doing with the water master. I listened to that conversation. He talked about protected water levels at that meeting. And I'm glad it came out because with the general manager in his supply and demand report, he covered that a little bit and said we got enough water to do that with the expansion. So I appreciate that. And he did an excellent job with the League of Women Voters, with 88 people tuned into that Zoom meeting that day. So I hope we get just about the same, even better tonight when he go over supply and demand, because that's the biggest thing out there now that we're talking about desalination. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Director Edwards. It's really, I noticed that was the best attendance at the League of Women Voters event that I've ever seen. And more people will see the video. So for people out there in the public or people on staff, if people who want a very clear and engaging overview of this situation with supply and demand and Measure J implementation, where we're going to Measure J, what's happening, what's about going to happen, it's really very excellent. So thank you, Dave, for that. And thank you, Director Riley, for making the arrangements for that program with the League. Director Adams.
Even though Dave gave a really good overview of the water forum that we're having tomorrow, I just wanted to underscore the specifics around it. And that is that in addition to hearing from the special district agencies and the regulated utilities in Monterey County, we're going to be hearing from the state and federal elected officials about how we can work together better as a region with outside funding. So I think that that's really going to be a very important element of the water forum. This is a follow-up to the forum that we had in March. That one focused on the overdrafted groundwater basins in the northern areas of the Salinas Valley. And the intent is to look beyond the Monterey Peninsula to include water issues in other areas of the county, which is exactly what we're going to be doing tomorrow. We're touting it as a listening session because we're having presentations from some critical players in the water world. So it is going to be, I hope, a constructive conversation, setting aside the different contentious issues that we have with might be the Coastal Commission, could be Cal-Am, it could be a variety of other places, and simply work together for a sustainable regional water supply. So I think it'll be a good hearing. It's going to take place at 1:30. It's going to be in the Board of Supervisors chambers in Salinas on South Street, or you can come to it via Zoom. And the information is easily available to be able to do that. So thank you. I hope I'll see you all there. I'll be chairing, as I do, all of the board meetings for this year, and wish me luck.
Thank you. Director Riley?
Yeah, well, I wish Mary luck too. but I wanted to call attention to John Laird's commentary in yesterday's Herald. I thought he went out on a limb. I'm going to say that, but that's what leadership will do. They'll take a risk. They'll put their positions in writing. They'll be transparent about where they stand. I'm just very complimentary about what he said. I don't agree with everything he said, but I agree with a lot of it. And I'm just really pleased that he's joined the fray or joined the issue on the peninsula about water. And you can't get higher up in the state and be as influential as he is than he is. So I'm just very pleased with that, and I just want to call attention to it. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you. Yeah, very good. Other comments? Okay, reports. If not, we now move to, we have 3 items for public hearings where we take public comment. Do you want to go for the first one? Is the first one is going to be the one that's numbered,
Yeah,
the regulatory water production?
Yeah, it's going to
targets? Is that-
be, yeah, 15. We're going to swap 15 with 14. The reason for that is we are at the end of a water year or the beginning of a new water year. So every year this board takes action on an annual target and then also takes action on the first quarter of the subsequent water year. So we just wanted to flip them and do the annual first. These changes to Rule 160 will authorize actually modifications to 3 tables in our Rule 160, which will account for changes in the amount of water that Cal-Am is allowed to divert from the Carmel River system under the current state board order. It will not change what's available from the Seaside Groundwater Basin, but there is a difference between this year and last year on the Carmel. Last year, because of an overlap between water years and calendar years, the water year had an available amount of 4,310 acre feet from the Carmel River. And now truly the Carmel River will be down to its legal limit of 3,376 acre feet. And that is reflected in there. Joelle, if you would run the presentation, we can see this briefly. And I don't know if you can do item 15 before 14 because of the way it's compiled, but let's do our best. Perfect.
Thank you. You did it.
So next slide. I think I already covered that orally. Next slide. And I briefly described that as well. So next one. And there you see the numbers that I spoke of. 3,376 is the bottom line level limit for under the cease and desist order for the Carmel River withdrawals, and the Seaside adjudication includes the last triennial step down at 1,474 acre feet of availability, all from the coastal sub area, resulting in that combined limit that you see there. Next slide. So as you can see here, what the way we allocate it across an entire year is by using reference years, and in this case, 13 through 18, which then provide an example of typical usage in each month. And then the total annual amount is allocated back to each month based on the percentage of total in that 6-year, 12-month period. Next slide. So what you see on a monthly basis is that allocation of the whole Monterey Peninsula Water Resource System, meaning the Carmel River and the Seaside Groundwater Basin, totaling up to that combination of 4,850. And then you can see the cumulative at the end of each month as well. Then we have to fill in the blanks by allocating Sand City D-Cell and Pure Water Monterey. Next slide. Oh, sorry. This is just the Carmel Valley portion of the previous slide. And then the next slide. Okay. I guess we didn't get the slide in there that includes the other targets, but let's not worry about that. John is not with us, and so I'll take the heat for that one, but if I thought about it earlier, but at the end of the day, that is our allocation of the total for the year from the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply System. And then we will fill back in each of the quarterly estimates with Sand City D-Cell and Pure Water Monterey, which you will see in the next item for presentation. So the recommendation is for the board to adopt resolution 2022-25, modifying the rule for the year.
Questions? Okay, let's take it out to the public. And next. Noel, can we take this out to the public?
Yes, so if you'd like to make public comment on this matter, please raise your hand, or if you're calling in, push *9. Chair Paul, I see no raised hands.
Okay. Any discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
Is there a second? Thank you, Director Malik. Okay, if there is no further comment, let's have a roll call vote.
Director Edwards,
Approval?
Director Riley,
You
Director
muted, Joy.
Roberson,
Yes,
Aye.
Director Anderson,
yes,
going back to Director Riley,
Aye.
Director Malik,
Yes.
Vice Chair Adams,
Aye.
Chair Paul.
Yes,
The motion is adopted on a vote of 7-0.
thank you, and thank you, John Lear in absentia. And now I think our next item is what was 14. on our
Correct.
hard copy.
Yep.
Water supply strategy and budget.
Yep, we'll take a look at the PowerPoint here. And as I mentioned, this is the allocation of what you just saw to the first 3 months of the year. And there we go. Next slide. So just a reminder that our seasonal precipitation outlook is not great. For this period, we are in the equal chances category of drier or wetter, or equal chances of average, which is a good thing. I think we've been seeing a little bit more of a shift to the north of the below curves. So, but who knows? Who expected rain September 19th anyway, or 18th? So, next slide, please. So the way we develop it is, as you saw earlier with District Rule 160, and now the reduced Carmel River production limit, we take that combined river and groundwater basin total, allocate it across the year, and then develop a plan for how ASR balances might be utilized. Table 13 is ready if stream flows are met. And then we factor in Pure Water Monterey operations. Next slide. We're assuming full utilization of all the Seaside Basin available native groundwater. We have filed a plan. When I say we, I mean CalAm, in conversation with ourselves and the fish regulators, agreed on a plan for ASR use, and that's been filed with the state, and it's targeted to be used in the summer of 2023. Pure Water Monterey will be roughly equal to injected volume, give or take. It's never yet in the 2 years been 1-to-1 on a monthly basis, but the goal is to both for the company to receive revenue recognition for the expenditure on their water relatively close to when they purchase that water from the district. So that's why the numbers tend to track pretty closely. So after a meeting on September 8th, the quarterly water budget group got together, and next slide is what beginnings of what was agreed to. So for the Carmel Valley aquifer, as we get into December, the upper wells might be turned on at 100 acre feet. The lower wells are going to be expected to produce the 350, 250, and 130. And then hopefully we see rain in December, so there might be some diversion for injection to ASR, the 145. And with rain comes the opportunity for Table 13 water right diversions of that 24. So the Carmel Valley numbers are shown in the first bold text. Then on the Seaside Basin, as discussed before, The native water is all from the coastal sub-area. Sand City desalination is being projected as it has been every year. As you know, we've talked about the need for new injection well. We do expect that new injection well to come online during the water year, but we've been very inexact on Sand City desal, as we've discussed at previous meetings. And then for Pure Water Monterey, the 310 is just a measure of approximately equal amounts. We have learned that we can deliver more water during the wetter winter months when there's less competition for all waters that are going into the Monterey One Water system with the growers in summer months. And the plant was designed like that to be turned up a little in the shoulder months and turned up even more in the wetter winter months. So then you can see the total for all sources, and as compared to the usage, customer service as allocated based on prior use are shown in those 3 months, and ASR injection separately because that's not use for customer service, that's use for storage. And then table 13 is used for customer service, but it's an offset to other Carmel River water under that 3376 right. So if you can, if the company is able to declare that water was table 13 water, that's a good thing because that allows them to defer a like amount of water being attributed to their bottom level 3376 water rights. You get to save those primary water right for another day. Next slide, please. So our recommendation is that you adopt this quarterly budget for the first quarter of the new water year.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions? Questions? All right. Then let's take it out to the public now.
Yes, if you would like
Members
to
of the
make
public.
public. Yes, so if you would like to make public comment on this matter, please raise your hand, or if you're calling in, push star 9. Chair Paul, I see no raised hands.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion on this item
I make a motion.
to approve?
I'll second.
That was a motion to approve.
Yes.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good
Or-
one. We don't know,
Well, I
I
don't
make
wanna
a
put words
motion,
in your
whatever it
mouth.
is, soft what?
Whatever. The whatever motion.
Take it as you want to.
Very good.
All right. We have a motion to approve this quarterly water supply strategy and budget. And it's been seconded by, who was that? Seconded?
Director Edwards.
Very good. And let's have a vote, please.
Director Riley,
Aye.
Director Mallett,
Yep.
Director Anderson, Director Roberson,
Yes.
Director Edwards.
Yes.
Going back to Director Anderson. You're muted.
You're still muted.
Yes.
Vice Chair Adams,
Aye.
Chair Paul,
Yes,
the motion is adopted.
thank you. And then item 16 is second reading of ordinance about Montage campus and redefining site.
Exactly,
Exactly.
and we're all
Thank you.
tired of hearing from me, so Stephanie Locke will take this one.
We are not tired of hearing from you, but we are very happy to hear from Stephanie.
Thank you.
Not so sure about Dave, but Stephanie for sure, is that right?
We have a long meeting ahead, so I'm going to keep it fairly brief here.
Yeah.
As soon as we get our PowerPoint up. All right, so this is the consideration of the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 192. This defines Montage Health's main campus Carmel Hills Professional Center and the Ryan Ranch campuses as the community hospital site, and then amends the definitions of both site and parcel in Rule 11. Next. A little bit of background. In 2003, the board approved what was called a hospital water use limit, also known as a water use capacity of 119.28 acre feet for community hospital in the Monterey Peninsula. At this time, about 37 acre feet remains available for use. The board earlier this summer directed staff to combine the hospital campuses so that Ryan Ranch could benefit from sharing capacity with highway properties. This flexibility will support improvements such as a relocation of the cancer center to the Ryan Ranch campus. Next. Oops, I think we missed one. Here we go. Ordinance number 192 adds a definition for community hospital site. And again, it includes those three areas that I just mentioned. It specifies the assessor parcel numbers. The hospital water use limit would then be available to be used throughout those specific parcels. And parcel and site are amended to include the community hospital site as part of that definition. Similarly, we've done definitions like this for the Department of Defense, primary and secondary public school districts, accredited institutions of higher education, and jurisdiction sites. In addition to the changes here, Montage actually purchased and used 7.17 acre feet from Seaside Water Entitlement holders to do their expansion at Ryan Ranch. And so that purchase of water, the 7.17, would actually be added to the cap as additional capacity.
Can I ask Stephanie a quick question? Jurisdictional sites, can you just give a quick explanation of that? Thank you.
Yeah, it's anything owned by the city of whatever within their jurisdiction. So you can use water from one location to another as long as the property is owned by the city. So we did file a notice of intent to adopt a negative declaration and an initial study, and those were circulated prior to second reading. No comments were received. So tonight, as part of your action, you do need to consider the negative declaration that is in your board packet. Good. And finally, the recommendation. Joel, go back one, please. The Water Demand Committee reviewed this and recommends approval. And again, before you adopt the ordinance this evening, the board should adopt the negative declaration.
Thank you, Stephanie. Are there any questions about the negative declaration? Any questions or concerns about that? Okay, anything more we should know about it? Okay, thank you. Then any questions about the ordinance, which this is the second reading, so we have already discussed it. Okay, let's see if any members of the public would like to comment on this item. Let's hear from them now.
Yes, so if you would like to make public comment on item number 16, please raise your hand, or if you're calling in, please push *9. Chair Paul, I see no raised hands, so I return this back to the board.
Okay. Do we have a motion to act on a negative declaration?
I make a motion to approve the negative declaration and to adopt the Rule 192, was it? Whatever it is called.
Ordinance 192.
Ordinance 192. Thank you.
Yeah.
We can do two.
Director Riley.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I wasn't going to accept it. I wasn't going to second it. I was going to ask a question, but maybe it needs a second before. And
Okay,
I'll
so
second it.
Director Anderson has seconded. Director Riley?
okay, no, my question was the findings of approval. I thought the staff recommendation was that we need to adopt the findings as well as the rest of it, the second reading.
Yeah, so the finding is the negative declaration. And just for the benefit of the public, the finding is based on the initial study and the analysis, documents and records supporting the initial study, the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District Board of Directors finds that adoption of ordinance number 187 does not have a significant effect on the environment. That is the action that the board needs to take, is adoption of that finding and then adopt the ordinance at second reading.
And so the motion as made covers those points. That's really my question, is to make the motion getting technically accurate. Okay.
Yeah, we're okay with the motion.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, let's vote.
Director Edwards,
Approval?
Director Malik,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Aye.
Director Roberson,
Yes.
Director Anderson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Adams. Vice Chair Adams,
Aye.
Chair Paul,
Yes.
the motion is adopted.
So at this time, before we move to action items, since we have a pretty big agenda, do staff and directors, do you want to take a very short break before we move on to the rest of our agenda for tonight? Or do you want to just forge on ahead?
I think we should
Speak
go
up if you,
on. I would love to see us continue, forgive me, but I've got my water forum tomorrow and a little more work to do.
okay, I understand.
Thank you.
Is that okay with the rest of our crew here? Okay,
Fine by me.
Okay.
You on the roll. Keep going.
okay. All right, on we go. Action items.
All
Supply
right.
and demand, item 17. All yours, Dave.
Thank you. I will share screen. And this presentation is a variation of the League of Women Voters presentation. It has a little bit more in it than does the exhibit that is proposed for adoption. So let me talk a little bit about the exhibit first. This is an update to the district's supply and demand forecast, which was originally developed in 2019. And then a portion of it updated in 2021. And the focus of this supply and demand forecast is now more on what is the prospective growth in both people and commercial business needs, and how do you translate that to water demand, and less of a back and forth or a forum on why our assumptions are better than others or what have you. That being said, there is some summary about things like legal lots of record, Pebble Beach entitlements, tourism rebound that are covered briefly in the report. There is not direct discussion in the report about alternate forecasts by other entities. This is simply the district's view of what water demand would be basically be derived from an economic forecast from a responsible third party, which we'll talk about a little bit. So that being said, the process of forecasting water supply, believe it or not, is relatively straightforward. And I think folks around here on the peninsula are trying to overcomplicate it a little bit. And it starts with, how much water do we use today? What is our current position? How much will we need in the future? And how soon will we get there? Now, there's really a fourth question too, which is how do we ensure that we have peak supplies so that we can meet peak hour and maximum day and occasionally maximum month as a measure. But in the law is maximum day and peak hour, which there's different ways to get there on that. But these are the basic questions. Well, how much do we use today is now pretty well understood. You saw in the earlier general manager's report, I included 2022 on target as to where we're going. The last 5-year average was 9,725 acre feet in terms of production of water from all the sources that gets then put into the distribution system to serve customer demand. So it's not a measure of the end use demand, it's a measure of how much water has to be produced to serve the system to meet that demand. And so you don't necessarily have to focus on losses and fire flows. You just focus on how much water has to be produced. There's treatment losses, for example, at the Begonia iron removal facility and so forth. So how much total water supply needs to go into the system to meet total water demand? And so we start with this last 5-year average, roughly 9,725. Where does that rank? Well, that's our lowest annual demand since 1958. So this community has systematically reduced its demand. And there will be people who will tell you it's not about demand, it's about supply. If you had more supply, we'd use more water. There's a pent-up demand. But the fact of the matter right now is for existing users, you can open your tap and water comes out. So this is existing demand for existing users, and it's the lowest since 1958. It's about 54% of the peak demand, which we saw all the way back in 1987. So basically 35 years ago, at 18,000 plus. And it's 28% lower than the demand that was currently in place when the cease and desist order was issued in October of 2009. Now, when you look to the future, how much will we need and how soon will we need it? I'm brought back to where we were in early 2012. We had about 40 community members sitting around a room, and it included city managers, it included representatives of Cal-Am and the Water District. I believe it was called Citizens for Public Water at the time, that preceded Public Water Now. A wide variety of interested parties. It included the hospitality industry. And folks, the conversation kind of went like this. Well, we've used just over 13,000 acre feet as a 5-year average. Again, this is 2012. So we know that's our starting point. And then hospitality industry hand shot up and said, well, our occupancy rates are down and we've never fully recovered from the Great Recession of 2008. And we had better occupancy rates the 3 years before the Twin Towers came down in 2001. There's going to be bounce back. We need 500 acre feet for bounce back of tourism. And you had the Pebble Beach company say, well, I'm entitled to 325 remaining acre feet for my entitlement. I intend to use it. So throw in a 325 for me. And then people said, what about these disenfranchised folks who have been unable to build on their lots because they can't get a meter set? Anybody got a number for that? And sheepishly, I, on behalf of the district, raised my hand and said, well, we've got a number for that. It's not that good. It's a little old, but it's 1,181 acre feet as of a study, as of a certain date, as of a certain time. And everybody added all those together and said, okay, well, the number we need to build for is 15,296 acre feet. And that number for quite some time took on a life of its own. But it ignored two things. It ignored the how soon, and it opened the door for overcapacity because we were already experiencing that downward trend that you've now seen leveled out over the last 8 years. So it's already encompassing, you know, a small indication of what's coming in the future may not be what was presented in the past. But there's nothing wrong to brainstorm that way, but you also have to avoid double counting, and that's counting things twice. And let me give you one example on that. If I'm the Pebble Beach Company and I say, well, I'm going to build out, I'm going to build some houses and I'm going to build some commercial use, and I think it's going to be 325 acre feet. Well, not only did I not say when all that build out is going to occur, but I also didn't distinguish it between population growth and commercial growth in the unincorporated county portion of the Cal-Am service territory. They're the same thing. One doesn't happen independent of the other. So when the EIR was done, it was the county of Monterey who was the lead agency for the EIR. There is a planner for the unincorporated areas. There's a Carmel Valley sub-plan of the master plan. So when AMBAG goes and has conversations with all the jurisdictions, of which they had 22 with the jurisdictions in our service area, the Pebble Beach build-out numbers should be part of that economic forecast for the unincorporated area of the service area. That's just the way it works. And if somebody missed it, that means the planner and the company weren't talking like they should have been, but it's supposed to be in there. Same thing about the confusion over people, empty lots, and RHNA housing numbers. Empty lots don't use water, houses don't use water. It's the people who live on them and in them that use water. So if you've accommodated population, just by its nature, you've already accommodated the housing that serves that population and the lots upon which that housing is built. So if you count 2 of the 3, that's double counting. If you count 3 of the 3, that's triple counting. We really have to avoid the tendency to equate houses as some usage of water outside of what people are going to use as residential customers. Then we have to give consideration to the how soon, how fast, because it's a bad idea not to build it when you need it, or you'll be limited and you'll be rationing and you'll be back to not lifting a cease and desist order because you don't have enough water to accommodate all the growth. It's what I call being back in the principal's office a little too soon. You thought you had enough, and 3 years later, you don't have enough because you didn't build enough. So it's a very good idea to build enough on a timely basis. But it's a bad idea to build everything you think you need from that brainstorming session because you forgot to put a timeline on it. You say, well, let's just build it all now because then we'll have it. And then if that future demand, i.e. the population who are coming to the housing or the people who are coming to the new jobs don't show up, then it's you, me, and our neighbors who are paying the full bill for this large project that doesn't have new customers to help lay some of those costs on. So it's a very tenuous ask, and that's why the water supply planners are often, you know, damned if you do and damned if you don't. You know, the goal is in California is try to look at 10 years, get a project moving, have it come online, and be ready for that next increment, and then look out another 10 years and always be looking out about 10 years. We like to do maybe more than that in certain regions where it's a little harder to get things built. But anyway, it's not good to overbuild, not good to underbuild. So you got to be close to correct. Total future needs are not independent of a future growth forecast. So in other words, if there's somebody or some entity that's really pretty good at forecasting the future growth in people or commercial business or job growth, they might be better for us to then try to assign water usage to that growth forecast than trying to come up with our own growth forecast on our own, because the econometricians and the demographers should know more than, say, a water resource consultant with an office in San Diego who's trying to develop growth forecasts for 5 different regions in the state. Just an example. So we strongly encourage the use of a third-party objective forecast. How do we forecast water? Well, originally, back in 2019, we looked at the pre-CDO growth. We said CDO wasn't in place. There was no moratorium on meters. We should have been able to get the water we wanted. But several city managers said, no, we were already under stress, that we had a limited amount of water in places like Pacific Grove, and it had all been allocated. And we said, okay, why don't you come back to us with your vision of what a growth forecast should be? And that was a real challenging process. There was a lot of intuition among our city managers, a lot of indication from their planning directors, but there really wasn't a cohesive 6 different cities and an unincorporated county that said, yeah, here's our internal forecast, let's add them all together, and that's a forecast. So we began to look around for an objective outside third-party forecast, and we think we found it in AMBAG. So what we do now is we take the AMBAG growth forecast, and we'll talk a little bit about how the growth forecast incorporates housing and incorporates other things. But we take that growth forecast, and then we try to map the total production. Remember, I said production is the water that goes into the system to serve the customers. And we map that or correlate that total production to actual end usage by jurisdiction, so by city or unincorporated county, and by residential and non-residential. And that information on the consumption side is available, but we just translate it to the production side. So we say, you know, where do you think a gallon of water is going to go? Well, the data shows that it's about 2/3 residential and 1/3 non-residential. Okay, so 2/3 of a gallon is going to go to the residential side and be impacted by population growth, and 1/3 is going to go to the commercial side and be impacted by jobs growth as a proxy for non-residential growth. Pretty straightforward there. We also have numbers on Sand City versus Seaside versus Monterey, water usage. So again, we translate the water production to say, well, you know, of the total production, this much will go to Monterey, and of the Monterey, about 2/3 is going to go to the residential and 1/3 to the non-residential. So we're able to map it like that. And then we apply that AMBAG population and non-residential growth to the water use. So the AMBAG regional growth forecast is a fully vetted third-party growth forecast. It's done in an objective way. It got implemented for the first time in 2014, and AMBAG then contracted with a consultant to test that forecast, and they tested it against 3 other models, which you can read here, or you can read in the appendix of Exhibit 17A. You know, it's a cohort component forecast with a growth trend forecast and the most recent forecast published by the California Department of Finance. So all 4 models resulted in similar results, which gave them the confidence they needed to apply it again to the 2022 regional growth forecast. There's some great description of the cohort model and things in the appendices of the report I've presented today. And I will confess a lot of it is over my head, but I understand where they're coming from, and I understand that they vigorously tested the regime to gain confidence with their own model, which is what allowed them to use it again for the 22 regional growth forecast. Now, this is where not enough people spend enough time digging in the details, but AMBAG does 3 primary reports or 3 primary activities among the many things that it does. One is every 4 years, they do a metropolitan transportation plan / sustainable community strategy, typically a 25-year forward-looking forecast, trying to ensure that the transportation infrastructure that's needed for population and housing growth can be met. That was done most recently and adopted, I believe, in May of this calendar year, called Monterey Bay 2045 Moving Forward. That forecast is in fact based on the two other things that AMBAG does very well. It specifically states that it included the sixth cycle of the RHNA, meaning the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, housing numbers in the Monterey Bay 2045 MTP/SCS. Furthermore, the housing numbers used in this report, housing units, are identical to the housing units used in the regional growth forecast, which are greater than the housing units in the sixth cycle RHNA housing numbers that are allocated to these 6 cities in the unincorporated county. And when they adopted this document in May, they also footnoted that they footnoted in the RHNA report that in May, AMBAG would adopt this 25-year forecast, accommodating the 6th cycle RHNA numbers. So it's all tied together. It's all in there together. And in fact, are future population numbers in there? Yes, they're included. Are legal lots of record in there? Yes, it's where houses get built. Are the new RHNA numbers? Indeed, they're in there, they're in the reports, and it's stated that the 6th cycle RHNA numbers were included in the forecast that was used as a regional growth forecast. Are Pebble Beach entitlements and tourism economic rebound included? Yes, intended to be, because that's your non-residential economic growth, or for the home sites in Pebble that have been sold, that's part of your population growth. That's where people go. And frankly, that would fit the 4th category of your RHNA numbers for market rate housing in general. And finally, is all population and business growth on the peninsula included in this AMBAG regional growth forecast? The answer is yes. And again, when you start to map the forecast to production, as I said, we know that residential is always on the order of 62% to 69%, but roughly 2/3, the rest being non-residential water use. And we also know by jurisdiction, Monterey is the most significant user of water, Delray Oaks and Sand City, the least significant, but there's data to tell you how you can allocate it by city and by type of use. So then what we see on the residential demand by jurisdiction, and I'm going to switch to the pointer that Director Riley likes so much, and I've learned to like myself. So you get population in 2020, and this is provided by AMBAG as a base case, but we ensured that the numbers totaled to the same number that CalAm reports monthly to the State Water Board with its monthly production totals, and this is the residential number that's in there. They have a slightly different number for their urban water management plan, but both numbers are within 100 to 100 and 200 of the same. We focus in on the number that is actually sent to the state on a regular periodic basis. Then you get population in 2045 from AMBAG's model, and then you can see the increase, and the increases are different in different cities. And you can see that Seaside's expected to grow. Well, they've got a lot of Fort Ord land. Delray Oaks has a fairly high number. Well, that's because almost all their good vacant land is Fort Ord land. And then Sand City, who filed a protest on their RHNA housing numbers, has this higher number. Well, that's a little bit because this population growth is reflective of their RHNA housing numbers, where more people proportionately are expected to go to Sand City, even though it's not a lot of people relative to Monterey or Seaside total population. The acre feet in 2020, that's known. This is the residential production mapped back to each of the jurisdictions based on those percentages based on consumption by each jurisdiction. The acre feet by 2045 is just applying the growth rate in population growth to the base in 2020 for each jurisdiction. But we have this one line called acre feet served by others. One of the recognitions of both ourselves, AMBAG, and frankly, California American Water is, Seaside being the prime example of that. Very much of their growth is happening in places like Campus Town and the Main Gate and other developments that will actually be served by Marina Coast Water District in the old Fort Ord lands. The assumption here was 50% of all of Seaside's new housing stock would be, and therefore its proportionate population would be outside of the Cal-Am service area. We made similar, but lesser assumptions for Monterey. We said 10% if they rezoned their South Boundary Road property to put some housing in there. We said 10% of their new housing would be not served by Cal-Am. Similar for Delray Oaks, I think we said 20% because most of their vacant land is old Fort Ord land. And so summing all of that up, there is a negative or an offset to this water use for population. So you get a net number, and that's what's carried through each of the jurisdictions and then a total. So now we've taken care of population. Population's taking care of housing. Housing's taking care of legal lots of record. They're all the same thing. Then we turn our attention to non-residential demand by jurisdiction.
Dave, do you mind if we pause there for a moment just for a question? Just to be sure, I'm clear on the RHNA, the assumption on the RHNA housing, is it assumed that those RHNA numbers, the RHNA housing, that the housing will increase by the amount, the RHNA allocations in some period of time?
Right.
Is that correct?
Yep. And the way to tie this all together is, Heather Adamson, who's the director of planning for AMBAG, said that what they'll do once they really eyeball those RHNA numbers and the allocations to the cities is they need to kind of cross-check and make sure that there's more than enough in the growth forecast. And so when you look at the growth forecast, and I don't have these numbers up right now, but I'll pull them up after the presentation and I'll kind of walk you through that. They had to ensure that what they're saying, all the housing numbers that are in the transportation plan and in the growth forecast actually exceed the RHNA numbers, because you should be building for RHNA and then some. You may have heard on the Wednesday presentation where one of the attorney friends out there said, well, wait a minute, Dave, you're saying it's in a 25-year forecast, but isn't RHNA an 8-year forecast? And one of the misconceptions about RHNA is it's 8 years to change your housing elements and zoning so that you've removed the barriers to building houses. But almost every jurisdiction that's subject to RHNA has said, we know we're not going to build them in 8 years. We're removing the barriers so that developers can come in and eventually build those housing units. And so the housing units that are in the growth forecast and in the transportation plan that do line up and are the same numbers exceed the number of housing units assigned to the same jurisdictions in the 6-cycle allocation. And so they are in there, but they are not all built in 8 years. And no one has the expectation that they're going to be built within 8 years.
Okay, but the expectation is they will be built over a longer time period.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
So turning our attention to non-residential demand, here we use job growth as the proxy for non-residential water growth. You could dispute that or not dispute that, but that's actually the same assumption that CalAm uses in its urban water management plan. So at least the two most interested parties here on the peninsula are using the same assumption. And so jobs in 2020 comes from the AMBAG growth forecast. Jobs in 2045 come from the AMBAG growth forecast. The increase, it's a little more consistent across the jurisdictions, but still some are high, some are low, about an average of 10%. The production for non-residential acre feet is known from historical data in 2020, but we're actually using 5 years of historical data, but allocating it, mapping it back to 3 pre-COVID years of consumption. Apply the growth rate, you get the non-residential in a future year. You figure out what that increase is, you can add them all up, and that's your total future year need, your total future year increase. And then you can add them all together. So you got your base year, net water for population, net water for non-residential, total. The cross check here is that is the 5-year average, the 9,725. So at least on the base year, we know the math worked. And then we know that these future year do represent the growth rates shown in the AMAG growth forecast. And they sum up to this, or a total of, if level annual growth, of just over 31 acre feet per year of growth. Well, we don't want to stop at 2045 like AMBAG stops, and we don't want to start at 2020 because the new project will come online roughly by 2025. But if we take that 2020 known number, advance it by 31.44 acre feet per year, and then keep going out past AMBAG another 10 years, then that's what our demand forecast looks like. And it also means that the last 2 5-year cycles don't have an AMBAG growth forecast behind them. It's just continued projection out of what comes out of the 25-year AMBAG forecast. Then we can take that demand forecast and compare it to the available supplies. And we know what our available supplies are today without Pure Water Monterey expansion. There will be some discussion between members of the community over what's the right number for some of these supplies. But we can see that 9918 today is sufficient, but not a whole lot of wiggle room. So it's going to be difficult to raise the case to lift the cease and desist order when there's still that risk of showing up again in the principal's office, because 9918 is not that much over the 9882. We definitely need more. So in our particular instance, we tested the scenario where you do Pure Water Monterey expansion as the most likely next unit of supply. You reduce Seaside Basin by 700 acre feet per year for 25 years as in lieu recharge, which is desired by the Water Master and others in the community. We believe that Sand City desal needs to be credited for its full value because all of Sand City's future economic and population growth was included on the demand forecast. So if it's in the demand forecast, you need to include all the available supply on the supply side. They have to line up and offset each other. Table 13 water rights. We've agreed with California American that they are too interruptible to be taken as an average and added on, because that would imply storage from year to year, and all the storage of Carmel River is actually coming from ASR. So if it comes off the river and it gets stored, it's going to be ASR. So let's not try to push it by saying, well, we know there's going to be an average of a few hundred acre feet year in and year out. We'll just leave it as ASR storage. And then finally, Malpaso was overlooked by some others, but the growth related to folks who bought Malpaso entitlements is already in the population growth forecast. And so of the 80 acre feet of Malpaso water rights, we accumulated or summed up all of those which were at least 0.12 acre feet per year or higher, because that represents either a multifamily dwelling size, a single family home, or additions to a restaurant seating or other commercial business that looked to us to be incremental and additional new demand. So it'd be in that either residential or non-residential future forecast. So we believe that you can reliably count on roughly 58 acre feet of the Malpaso entitlement. Well, that's a pretty good number, because that not only exceeds where we are coming out of the box, but it exceeds where we're at 30 years down the line. And so we pause at that point and we say, well, we can answer the question, are new additional supplies beyond pure water expansion needed at this time? Should we be looking at yet a third supply alternative? And our answer is no. Supply exceeds demand in the final years and in every year in between. And that's what this looks like. This is the demand with pure water Monterey expansion, the return of the Seaside groundwater basin 700 acre feet in that 25th year, and that 31 acre feet per year on average constant increase in demand as a base case. Now, we tested this with, what if we were wrong by 25%? What if we were wrong by 50%? We even doubled it in the new growth rate of demand. And we found that even doubling it left this green line under the blue line. And so while you start making your excess capacity smaller and smaller, it was still a multi-decade period, at least 30 years before your supplies started to be stressed against your demand, even if you're wrong, or even if we're wrong by 50% in the demand forecast. Now, I do want to take a moment, which you don't find in the report that we're asking you to adopt tonight, but everyone says, wait a minute, doesn't Cal-Am say we need desal? And we've identified just a few things that trouble us when you begin to look at their forecast. One thing they did do in their testimony is they said, well, ignore fire flows and losses. We're going to go with allocating production. So we're on the same page there. If you start with production, then you can kind of ignore losses and actual allocation between non-residential and residential a little bit and so forth. But what our first aspect of slight trouble is their baseline allocates about 51% to residential demand and 49% to non-residential demand. Yet we know that all of the data shows that it's about a 2/3 residential community. And that's where this doesn't look right to us. It might be contended that all the losses and all the non-revenue water are pushed into the non-residential sector, but not nearly enough to bring them into 50% balance. So something's off in that, just at the first, what we call smell test. The second one is this concept that when a new water supply comes online, that the per capita use per person, gallons per day, is actually going to go up. Well, two things tell us that that might be a little nonsensical. The first is, all the regulatory framework is trying to push residential consumption down. The Hertzberg bill that's out there right now is to get interior use down to 42 gallons per capita per day. Now, granted, these numbers are indoor plus outdoor, but all of the focus is on reducing internal use and, reducing residential use. But more importantly, if you as a resident wanted to use more water, it comes out of your tap today. And if this message here is, well, once a new water supply comes online, that your individual per person use is going to go up, yet you could do exactly that today as the same person, and water rates are going to go up by perhaps 60% to accommodate this new water supply. It doesn't make sense. It's a bit nonsensical to say, if I have to pay 60% more, I'm going to use even more when I could use that water today. So just something we think about. The next thing we think about is what I have referred to as double or triple counting. What's been done here is there's already a population forecast. Population's going up every year. The people are already in the residential demand number that you see here. Residential demand is going up because population is going up. Similarly, there's job growth going on every year. Where'd my job growth go? Service area employment. So you see employment growth going up, which is why the non-residential demand down here is going up. It's captured by the growth in job growth. So then to come in and say, well, Pebble Beach is going to build some things that are going to accommodate new people and new jobs, or tourism is going to rebound and the economy is going to be better, which is going to incorporate some new jobs or new visitors, or legal lots of record. Apparently, empty lots use water in and of themselves, separate from the people in the forecast. Or the RHNA numbers, which have been allocated specifically over 8 years between 2023 and 2031, and then remain steady thereout, is, well, not only have these people moved here and started using water, but the houses that they're going to move into are mysteriously somehow using water at the same time. So this is where we, the district, just cannot support or endorse a concept where the same people who are already in the residential growth forecast are somehow now using water on their lot and in their home, and all those homes are built in an 8-year period, which is simply not the case. And those homes are already in the regional growth forecast, which resulted in the population forecast and the non-residential forecast. So we perceive there to be a problem in what the alternative supply and demand forecast is that's out there, that's in phase 2 of the Public Utilities Commission proceeding. You know, these two together add up to 11,843. Not that far off, a little more aggressive than what our growth forecast is. But then all these adders bring that up to 14,590, almost 2,700 more acre feet of phantom water demand that's already reflected in these numbers up here. And then if you wanted to extend the process further, not only would you want to make demand look higher, you would also want to make available supply look lower. So in their testimony, Cal-Am has discounted the Pure Water Monterey expansion to a range of numbers, but this is kind of the average of their range. So instead of what we're contractually obligated to deliver, and that we've all agreed that we'd sign a purchase contract over of 2,250, it's been discounted. The Aquifer Storage and Recovery Program as testified by the company, completely ignored year-to-year storage and said, this is the best you can count on. Our testimony, of course, resupports the notion that it's about 1,300 acre feet on average available. Their testimony discounted Sand City, but as I mentioned earlier, left the demand for Sand City in the demand forecast, but said we're only counting 94 acre feet because Sand City has entitlement to the remainder up to whatever value, what we're calling 210 acre feet. But you either have to take the difference out of the demand forecast or leave it in the supply available forecast. And then finally, they completely ignored Malpasa water rights. So by discounting certain supplies, you get a lower supply number. And then they made an assertion that's intuitively correct, but not absolutely needed to be interpreted this way, that, you know, you could have outages, you could have primary wells offline at any one time, that you really need a 10% buffer. So instead of counting all the available supply, only count 90% of the available supply. And so what that does is you've now discounted supply, overestimated demand, and with that larger demand forecast from the previous page, and this supply forecast, you have a deficit of over 5,000, 5,478 acre feet per year. And the desal design volume is 6,252. Suddenly, the argument for desal in addition to pure water Monterey expansion looks more palatable. And all I would encourage you to take away from this is, if you overstate demand and understate supply, then you will create justification for more needed supplies. And so more attention should be paid to these assumptions because, well, I'll tell you why in just a second. The other thing I wanted to address was the peak hour, the max day, drought planning, and contingency. And this is where, when you think about this chart that we saw earlier with the green dash line and the blue supply line, what that means is early on, your first year, second year, third year, you don't have enough people or businesses to use all the water that you can produce. That's unused excess. And if you chose to bank that water or put it away for a non-rainy day, I guess, this is the amount of water that's available in the base case. You know, starting at almost 1,600 acre feet in the very first year, you do 3 years of this banking, and you've got 50% of what we would be using in any 1 year. That's a pretty significant contingency. If you do this over time, as you're getting out to the 25th year, you're starting to, reach that point where supplies are narrowing. Oh, but then you get 700 acre feet back, so you're back into here. There's almost 38,000 acre feet of unused capacity in this base case solution. Obviously lower if we're wrong about demand and it's 25% higher or 50% higher, but it's still a hugely significant amount of available water that can go to build a drought reserve to offset that 10% contingency that was stated in supply, to manage your peak loads. And it's always cheaper to build an extra production well for $3 million than to build a $300 million supply system that's not really needed, except for trying to make the case you need it for protective water levels for the Seaside Basin or peak days or some other reason. So there are other ways to get at coverage for your peaks, your droughts, and your contingency. And our suggestion is build it up as soon as you can with unused excess in the very first years. And then finally, what's the difference? Yep. Go ahead.
Dave, just a quick question about peak needs, peak days. I realize this piece, I don't really understand what it is in this context, in water context. I know what peak demand is in electricity context.
Yep.
But in water, I mean, peak is really about constraints that might get in the way of meeting demand. So is a constraint we're talking about in the water concept, is it just the amount of water available, or is it constraints in the delivery system?
It's constraints in.
Or is it both?
It can be both. And that's where if you, for example, on aquifer storage and recovery, if you ignore storage, then yeah, you're limited on average to what typical rainfall might deliver to you. But if you have storage, then your average yield is higher. So backing even further away from ASR, and you say, let's just look at the system in general. If my total demand is 10,000 acre feet per year, and I have 10,100 acre feet available during that year, then you think, okay, I'm okay. It's really tight. I should probably get more supply and create a bigger buffer. But you're going to meet what you need for that year. Except that if it's car week in August and your daily demand is higher than normal and one of your wells is out, or you don't have a system that has storage, then you have to, you're supposed to be making that water in real time. And so if you have no storage, but there's some water in the ground, then you're just borrowing it from a future period where you're going to need it to meet the average. If you build a desal plant and you say, well, that's going to be my peak plant, it's being produced in real time when it's needed. So any plant that you have to turn on to produce water in real time to meet the peaks is different than if you actually had that water sitting in the ground, you could just pump it out. And so what we're saying is you will have days that are 1.2, 1.5, could be 2 times your average day. And if you do have a major well, a major production well out, that could be a problem. But if you have redundancy, so in what I said earlier, if I built just 2 extra wells at $3 million each, there's a $6 million investment that now offsets the planning mathematics where you have to assume one of your most productive wells is off. Well, now you've got more excess capacity. So the goal is to always make sure you've got enough capacity to get the water out that you need to meet that peak. And so the fewer ways to produce that water or the less water you have stored means you have to rely more on producing it in real time. And so if you don't have redundant wells, you have a problem. Or if you don't have a big plant that can produce extra water in real time, you have a problem. All of this suggests that you can avoid that problem by putting water in the ground, and instead of building a $300 million desal plant, build 1 or 2 or even 3 redundant $3 million wells so you can easily pull this excess out of the ground when you need it for peak day and peak hour. Does that make
If
any
you do that, and as long as you have a reserve stored
Right.
in the aquifer, you don't have to be producing more necessarily on that peak day.
Exactly. And if you think about the 3 things that would produce water for storage, aquifer storage and recovery hasn't had that long period of hydrology behind it where you get so many normal years, so many wet years, so many dry years. So and it didn't have an operating regime available to it until the regulators kind of changed their thinking in the last 2 years. So there's only 1,300 acre feet built up. All the models show that with normal hydrology, you'll build up so much water in storage just due to aquifer storage and recovery, absent other constraints, that you can survive a 5-year drought off of it. But if you begin in drought and you're not filling anything up, you're not building up the reserve because you begin in drought, which you might think that we will. Well, at least with pure water expansion, you don't have this demand yet, but we do have these source waters. They don't all go away because of drought, like Carmel River flows might because of drought. So these excess source waters can still get themselves put in the ground to offset the failure of ASR to be putting water in the ground, if you catch what I'm saying. And then Pure Water Monterey, there's finger pointing going on saying, well, it's not drought resilient. And we say, well, yes, it is. And it can survive a drought. And we've got rights to more water than's needed. We've got the first right of refusal and so forth. But the whole concept is, even if we start in drought, there is excess in these early years that you can offset by creating a drought reserve. And if you said, okay, the first 4 years here is going to offset drought reserve, then we'll start doing protected water levels for the Seaside Basin or whatever. The whole point of this is there is indicated to be plenty of excess supply that can build up the contingency that's needed for when a well goes out, sink some redundant wells, you can meet the peak days and the max months, and you have something left over to combat a drought in the future. That they're, by starting with a lot of capacity and lower demand, you can build up your safety net. And then finally, why is that important? Because we're kind of at the crossroads of either believing you've got a $59 million project that can meet all your needs for 30 years, or not believing that and say, I need to spend another 300 to 400 million to get a desal plant that can do the same thing. You have to decide it's needed before you make that kind of investment. So, and that concludes my presentation. I won't go back to those RENA numbers unless you really want me to, but it can be proven that the three things that AMBAG does considers all of them together as a package. They're in all three things.
Well, Dave, for the record, I like for you to go, excuse me, Chair, but Dave, for the record, I like for you to go back to those RENA numbers and give us that conclusion that you were going to give us.
Okay.
Sorry about that, board, but just for the record, this is going out.
I apologize to Supervisor Adams, but I understand why you're asking.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Supervisor, if I ran over.
No, I understand the reason.
Yeah, and that was a very lengthy presentation, and I get a little slow sometimes trying to explain and re-explain.
No, this is extremely important. I mean, our in addition to the future, our reputation lies on this. I mean, this has to be absolutely irrefutable. And the questions that we ask are important.
Well,
this is really important. And that Dave has done a really amazing job of doing this analysis.
Dave, you outdid yourself. This is such an incredibly detailed, logical, understood breakdown. Congratulations. That's all I can say.
Well, I appreciate your confidence in what we've done. On a daily basis, as we look at it and look at it again and look at it again, it's becoming somewhat irrefutable, but there's still some pushback. Letter today, I've offered to go meet with the Pebble Beach Company, but a letter they sent today showed a fundamental misunderstanding of supply and demand. There's no question that they believe they are entitled, and we believe they're entitled to use 325 acre feet of their entitlement. But when a new water supply is online that doesn't cost you $250 an acre foot, homeowners are not going to purchase the entitlement, but the company may want to use their entitlement for their own commercial growth and, new hotel rooms, things like that, which is fine. It's their water, but the need for that water is already in the growth forecast. And so we're saying we don't care where the water comes from. And the entitlement itself is served by whatever new water supply. They no longer have a special exemption to overpump the Carmel River. It can be argued that they have until a new water supply comes online, but the whole idea was to move Pebble Beach's entitlement off of the river and into the new water supply. So new water supply planning is supposed to include all the water for their entitlement, 325 acre feet. But the practical reality is, as I said, no new homeowner is going to buy it when you can connect to Cal-Am simply for the installation of the meter and that water is available. And you can't build it any faster than what your plans are. And they don't have approved plans for anything more than about 144 acre feet. And some of those plans aren't on the books as moving forward right now. So as they add more things into their plans, that should get reflected in the next regional growth forecast, and then the next one and the next one. So any new growth from any entity should not be independent of the forecast of growth by AMBAG or any other third-party forecaster of growth. They're simply not independent. As I said, there could be miscommunications, and AMBAG did 22 one-on-one visits with the 6 cities and the unincorporated county to get their hands around what the growth is going to be. So if they got it wrong, there should have been a conversation somewhere. This is all I'm saying. But to address the question that just got raised, I'll just show you some things briefly so they're there in the background for when we might want to deal with them.
Okay.
So the first thing we had to do is confirm that the growth forecast was utilized, and both ourselves and Cal-Am are using the AMBAG final 2022 regional growth forecast in a lot of our demand analysis. The population.
This is a response to a data request in the CPUC proceeding?
No,
Is
it
that
was.
what we're looking? No.
It was actually in testimony and in the footnotes of the Urban Water Management Plan. How we use it is slightly different, but there's the desire to use the AMBAG growth forecast was equal on both sides of the equation. These population and employment forecasts in the 2022 growth forecast are the driver for that moving forward Monterey Bay 2045 Metropolitan Transportation Plan. And it is the appendix and the source data in the report, the 2045 report says from the regional growth forecast. And the same numbers that we use in our testimony are from the same location. So that's how we know the growth forecast is used by the 2045 transportation plan. And then the transportation plan itself says, quote, the 2045 MTP SCS includes an updated RENA, the 6th cycle, which is what we're talking about. And it mentions the number is 33,274 units. The growth forecast itself shows 42,240, which exceeds the RENA housing cycle amount. So that just at least lets you know a bigger number is in the growth forecast, and a bigger number includes a smaller number, so you at least know they're in there. And the carrying that further, they go on to say the Senate bill now links the RENA and the transportation planning processes to better integrate housing, land use, and transportation planning. So they're supposed to talk to each other. They're supposed to inform each other. And they also say allocations do not exceed forecasted growth and can be accommodated through infill and redevelopment. RENA plans are under development, expected to be consistent with the 2045 MTP. I forget what that source was. That's the AMBAG 2045 document. And then finally, we took a look and we wanted to make sure we could link the regional growth forecast to the specific RENA numbers. So there's a summary table in the executive summary that actually shows housing units assumed through 2045 in Monterey County, misspelled, sorry about that. And that's 26,151. The source for that table in the transportation plan is the growth forecast. And they're the same numbers as in table 9 of the regional growth forecast. So they're just basically saying our housing units are the same. They're identical. And the appendix, which is the regional growth forecast, restates that the total number of new housing units is basically 26,200 in Monterey County. The regional 6-cycle RENA plan itself shows 33 in the whole region compared to the 42. Or when you add up the table of Monterey County's jurisdictions that are here within this service area, it's 20,295, which is lower than 26,200. So therefore, what's in the growth forecast exceeds the RENA plan, therefore includes the RENA numbers. The moving Monterey County forward 2045 plan also includes the RENA numbers by that footnote earlier, and the RENA plan itself has this note that says, so this is in the actual RENA thing, says in May 22, AMBAG releases its final 2045 plan accommodating the RENA. So it's a path where you see that they're all consistent and using the same data and referring to each other as being accommodated or included or specifically in the MTP saying we've adopted the new RENA numbers. So that's how we know it's there. I can tell you that to date, we've not seen anything produced by anyone else that says that the district is reading this wrong. And then you get into all the footnotes and the things that we've cited from other jurisdictions who say, oh, of course not. We don't expect to build all this housing in 8 years. It's not even our job as the city to build that housing. It's our job to let the rules allow the housing and get private developers to develop it. I've seen cities say, we will partner, we'll try to get as much housing as we can, but it's not the obligation of the cities who are adopting these RENA allocations to do anything but facilitate through zoning, through ordinances, through local laws, through specific plans and things to make it possible. But they're not the builders, they're the regulators. So that's where we're kind of stuck at right now, which is, yes, it's possible. It's possible three things. It's possible that the percentage increase in job growth isn't the best proxy for non-residential water use, but it's a pretty good one that no one else has suggested otherwise. It could be possible that there was miscommunication between the county and AMBAG as to what's in their unincorporated numbers for the Cal-Am service area. Yeah. But the system is set up where the AMBAG growth forecast or any other objective, proven, validated growth forecast that when you forecast population and you forecast economic growth, there shouldn't be anything else that you've missed. And that's where starting to add legal lots of record on top and entitlements on top, that's double counting. So anyway, I think we've beaten this horse. And I'll leave it at that. So our ask is that you adopt this growth forecast. We'll wrap it up in a document that can be posted to the website as a PDF and made available to others. I should let you know that the testimony relating to supply and demand from us, some of the interveners, and from California American is also now available on our website, which is just a little easier manner to obtain it than trying to sort your way through the PUC website.
Good, thank you. Director Anderson? Oh, you're muted. Oh, you have to unmute yourself.
At the risk of extending this unnecessarily, there's something that I'm just tied up in knots. My head is, and I gotta have you explain how the non-residential, that's 1/3 approximately, that non-residential number, are those, so those are businesses, those the same people that are included that live in the area? Are these people that drive in, or what? Why is this
Yep.
confusing to me?
Yeah, it's a big combination of all of the above. So if you say the hospitality industry is going to grow, you can stick with the current workforce and the current number of units and increase your room occupancy. And that's a bit of a back and forth between the Hospitality Association and ourselves, because when that 500 acre feet of tourism rebound was put in there, the occupancy rates were below their all-time highs prior to 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
But they got back to the same place right before COVID hit. So we know COVID made them take a hit.
Mm-hmm.
But on average, pre-COVID, the occupancy rates had fully rebounded with no perceptible overall increase in commercial water usage. And we know a little bit of that is because we began implementing hospitality serving or visitor serving conservation regulations beginning in 2002, the year right after 9/11. And then, of course, we hit 2008, October 2008, and there was the Great Recession. So at various times, so in 2012, when the hospitality industry, raised their hand and said, give us 500 acre feet for rebound, they hadn't really thought about what had happened since 2001 with the Twin Towers, that we've been pushing down demand with the 2 gallon per minute shower heads and low flow this and low flow that, and continued regulation and their own investments. It wasn't going to bounce back, even if occupancies bounced back, but it was put in there. And then we had the recession. So during much of the testimony, remember this application went in April of 2012, and the decision didn't come out until September of 2018, when our first demand forecast went out and kind of hit in 2019. The evidence was there that the occupancy rates had indeed fully rebounded. Now we know that right now, some of the premium end hotels have very, very high occupancy rates, almost back to pre-COVID, if not greater than pre-COVID. The lesser hotels don't. So there's still some question in the system of, are we back from COVID? But right before COVID, we were back from 9/11. We were back from the Great Recession. And there was no noticeable increase in water demand for visitor serving.
So all those numbers, that 1/3 is not assuming that those jobs are, I guess it's not assuming anything about who has those jobs, whether they live outside or whether they're some of the new population.
And it will be a combination of both, because
Yeah,
the
okay,
population, the model is actually a jobs-based model. So they forecast jobs and then translate jobs to people and then forecast the people that way.
okay,
And so, non-residential isn't just hospitality, it includes our universities.
Mhm.
It includes our governments, city, county, special district governments. It includes a number of things. But to the extent, a new hotel gets built, American Tin Cannery or some other hotel. Along with that will come new jobs, some of which are people who live in the community and some who commute. Well, I sure hope that that's in the thinking of AMBAG when they say there's going to be X number of new jobs created, because they got to go somewhere. So the new job creation is a combination of all those things.
okay.
And it's very hard to say, oh, AMBAG, your new job creation numbers forgot this business over here. It's an amalgam. It's it consolidates all potential new job growth. But yeah, you really can't get into saying, well, you forgot my jobs. Well, probably not. Your jobs are in the jobs. They're just not singled out. But that's the beauty of forecasts too. You do it in the aggregate. The biggest concern with a forecaster is, did I leave myself enough room that if I'm wrong, I'm going to have the repercussions? And what this is indicating to us is, if you follow the growth forecast and even the scenarios we did where we are wrong, and so we add 25%, add 50%, or double it, none of that shortens your horizon to 3 years, 7 years, or 12 years. So you still have that luxury of being wrong and actually seeing what happens. You get to look back 3 years or 5 years and say, I don't have a crisis yet, because even now that I've looked back, our growth rate, oh my gosh, is actually higher than what we thought it was going to be. It's higher than 31 acre feet per year. But it's not so high and sustainably high that I ran out of time. You actually have time to look back, say, what have I grown these last 3 to 4 to 5 years? How does that track with the forecast I did 5 years ago? Am I above or below? Well, thank goodness I had a 30-year window, because it's turned out we're growing faster than we thought. That's a possibility. It's just anecdotally unlikely, because the world is littered with forecasts that over-project, especially around here. But
Thank you.
And that time would also allow time to plan farther out into the future, to meet the need for farther out in the future, because we know that, planning water supply takes years. So this would give us time to do that.
Yep.
All right, we should let the public speak, but do directors have any questions or comments? Yes, Director Riley.
Dave, this is looking forward to some hearings coming up, like the Coastal Commission and maybe the PUC. What are chances that the AMBAG or AMBAG statistical person might be able to testify about the relationship of their numbers to your projections? What I'm concerned about is that the way the CalAm interests seem to be playing out is it's the CalAm versus the district. And that's okay, because we kind of all expected that. But is there a way that AMBAG might become a commentator, whatever, this expert witness in any of the data that you're presenting with the supply and demand?
I've thought about how to answer that question. I haven't come up with a good answer because, we don't have subpoena rights. If I'm AMBAG, I would like to keep my objectivity and say, look, we presented what we presented. It's all coherent. Which is why we spent a lot of time trying to write that if you go from point A to point B to point C, you can see they're all interconnected. But yeah, I don't have a good answer for that because we can't expect them to say, yeah, let's assume a position on your behalf and become your witness.
Okay. Question asked, question answered.
Other questions from directors? If not, okay, let's invite members of the public. Have you been waiting for your turn? This is it.
If you would like to make public comment on item number 17, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, push star 9. At this time, I would like to invite Kevin Dayton. Kevin, when you're ready, please present your comment.
Thank you, Joel. Kevin Dayton, Government Affairs Liaison for the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. I heard Mr. Stoltz say there are people who say if you had more supply, you would have more demand. And that's what I believe. And I believe that is also the position of many of the members of the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. I'll bring up a couple issues here that I've been trying to highlight for the community here for several years. For example, the 37% decline in the enrollment at Monterey Peninsula Unified School District from 1991-92 to now. I was just at the school board last week telling them you're just going to have to try to be more aggressive in trying to stop that enrollment decline. But I look at that and I say the water supply issues are a cause of that, and it just perpetuates itself. You should be talking about how can we reverse enrollment decline with water supply rather than celebrating what you've achieved. Carmel, City of Carmel, 36% decline in their population since 1980. Well, no wonder water consumption is going on. A lot fewer people live there, and we could go into the reasons for that. But I don't think that's a particularly healthy thing to celebrate as you look at water demand decline. In fact, if you look at the Monterey Peninsula area cities, their populations have been going down. Once again, you would say, why is this happening? Is this a sign of a prosperous society? You need to look at a different perspective on this. And I'll quote from a memo that was sent to you May 14th, 2020, Monterey Peninsula City Managers respond to MPW Supply and Demand Report. One of their criticisms of this supply and demand report, or at least an earlier version of the same arguments, water use reduction and scarcity are treated as virtues. They are not virtues, but current necessities caused by not having a reliable water resource. This report does nothing to break that devastating cycle. Instead, it assumes more or less the status quo. And I think as your water board, you have to think about how are we going to supply water to meet the future needs of the people rather than saying, how much can we get by on? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dayton.
And at this time, I would like to invite Marley Melton. Marley, when you're ready, please present your comment.
I just wanted to thank Dave and the board and all the staff who have worked so hard on this. I think it's an excellent presentation. Just a couple suggestions, if possible. It's not immediately clear that the distance between that little dashed line, which is the demand, and the top line, which is the water supply, is all or mostly, I'm not quite sure how much, available to be stored for future use. And somehow I think the chart needs to show that, perhaps by lightly shading in that whole distance and say available for storage for drought years and other needs. So just so that people can see more visually that there will be plenty of extra water to meet the needs of all those new MVUSD students. And then, or whatever they hope to have, all those new tourists. My second comment has to do with aquifer storage and recovery. And just saying those words would put about 50% of the average college-educated audience to sleep. And so I think that you need to explain a little bit more clearly what's involved, because I'm not even sure that all of the people who will be making decisions on these issues fully understand how this works and the ingenuity and engineering and goodwill that's gone into making this possible. So those are my two comments, and I thank you once again.
Thank you, Morley.
Yes, at this time, I would like to invite Alexander Henson. Alexander, when you're ready, please present your comment.
Yes, I wanted to question further or follow up on George Riley's question about utilizing AMBAG resources. And it occurs to me that while AMBAG would certainly not comment on the district's numbers particularly, but they might be willing to disclose if they have a growth projection to some date in the future, they might be willing to share the interim dates and estimates of when that growth could be expected. And I wanted to respond to the Chamber of Commerce representative. I'm not sure that they fully understand that the water for growth is available. It's right around the corner. And I'm not sure that even our real estate market has taken this into account. What's going on before the PUC with regard to utilizing the recycled water is a fundamental game changer. And 20 years ago, when I was on the board, we were championing a desal plant because recycled water was simply not available. That in 20 years has changed considerably. And I think that going into the future, recycled water and the use of it for growth is definitely going to be happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
And at this time, I would like to invite the phone number ending in 312. And you may
Yes,
identify
Margaret
yourself for the clerk's record.
Margaret Ann Coppernoll calling in. I want to thank Dave for this brilliant job. It was very informational, inspirational, and very comprehensive and very understandable. So that was a brilliant job, along with the wonderful job he did at the League of Women Voters on Wednesday. I did have a question. I wondered if the Water Plus report that was submitted to the CPUC is at all useful to you in your battle with CalAm because of the new analysis of an independent hydrogeologist report on the CalAm EIR report and their tampering of data in their models that they supported and reported to the various authorities to get permits for their desal plant. I was wondering if that information is going to be useful to you in the battle that we're facing with the CPUC.
Thank you for the comment, Margaret Ann.
And at this time, I would like to invite Anna Thompson. Anna, when you're ready, please present your comment.
Anna Thompson, Carmel. I wanted to thank the general manager for the fantastic presentation, so thorough. I'm sure you must be extremely tired. I'm tired just to listen, so I can imagine how tired you must be. We definitely do not need the Calamity South plant. Plus, it's so costly that a lot of people are going to consider moving out of the area with the water bills, not only the water bills, but the fact that everything else is going to be more expensive. When the water the cost of water goes up, everything else goes up. All the goods and the other companies are producing and the services go up because they put the extra cost, they transfer to the cost of the goods and services. So it's not going to be affordable to live around here. Nothing is affordable. And to have water bills to be even much more greater, then it seems to me like we're doing the wrong thing to allow this problematic desal plant to be built. Then we're going to have climate crisis that they're going to be exacerbated. Then we're going to be destroying also the ecosystems in the coastal ecosystems. I mean, and then all the water that is used is going to be dumped back just after a single use into our bays, into our ocean. I mean, what kind of plan is this? Is not acceptable. This desal plant is not acceptable and should not be acceptable to anybody. And then it is really, it's not just how much water is going to produce, but how much damage it's going to do. Isn't that should be part of the cost benefit analysis and whether to approve this desal plant or not? I'm really considering even moving out of the area because I cannot deal anymore with this corporations which is controlling our water, and that is not acceptable to me. So thank you so very much for all your work, and please hang on, don't quit on us. Okay, thank you very much. And the desal plant should be the very last thing ever to be considered. We have so many other things that come ahead of a desal plant. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
And at this time, I would like to invite Susan Schiavone. Susan, when you're ready, please present your comment.
Thank you, Susan Schiavone. I'd like to just say thank you again, Dave, for an excellent analysis and looking under the cover of what CalAm was presenting to actually reveal what the true numbers are in terms of this projections of growth and what we really need for the future for our water. And I'd also just like to say, I don't think it's just water that's driving people out of this area. Wages are not matching costs. The cost of rentals and housing are out of sight. We have a 10%, close to a 10% sales tax, high gas costs. You could just go on and on. So I don't think it's fair to say that having a bunch more water will increase the demand for water and more people will come just because of water. It's too simplistic a way to look at it, I think, but I do think that this is solid, and I hope that this will go to the Coastal Commission. I hope they'll see the logic of this and realize that there's some justification for the desal going on the other party's side that has been a statistical play with numbers, let's put it that way. And I just want to thank you again for all the hard work you're doing and have done, especially on this and many other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Chair Paul, I see no raised hands.
Thank you, Joel. Okay. So the staff is proposing that the board adopt this forecast. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to adopt the staff report for water supply and demand forecast of
Thank you.
year 2022.
Thank you. Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it. Yeah,
Thank
and
you,
on the
Director
second,
Edwards.
just on the second right quickly, Dave, I hope you package this up. And Susan said send it to the Coastal Commission. I hope you package this up and send that testimony and anything else you can think of to the Coastal Commission and anybody else out there that want this. You did an outstanding job. We'll be coming up to another item that I think we need you to go out there and campaign this one. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Discussion on the motion? If not, let's do a roll call vote.
Director Edwards,
Approval.
Director Anderson,
Yes.
Director Roberson,
Aye.
Director Malik,
Yep.
Director Riley,
Aye.
Vice Chair Adams,
Aye.
Chair Paul.
Yes, and thank you again, Dave, for this important, impressive job.
The
Okay,
motion is adopted.
thank you. Good. Important thing. I know everyone's tired and this is a long meeting. Thanks for hanging in there. So now we go to item 18.
Yes.
Okay, item
Stephanie.
18.
Joelle, please.
Give me a second, I need to toggle between what I have up right now.
So this item is to consider a request for water from the district reserve and payment of fee and a delay of payment of fees for nonprofit public benefit projects. And this is the Casa de Noche Buena Women's Shelter at 1292 Olympia Avenue, Seaside, and a new women's shelter called Schumann Heart House at 600 Franklin Street in Monterey. Next. So Community Human Services is requesting board approval for 393 acre feet of water from the district reserve allocation and a delay in collection of the fees associated with 2 water permits. The new women's shelter at 600 Franklin Street requires 0.215 acre feet of water to remodel and occupy the space and to provide meals for up to 35 shelter residents. The Seaside Women's Shelter at 1292 Olympia is open, and Community Human Services would like to add on-site meal preparation, which will require an additional 0.178 acre feet. The board previously approved a deferral of fees for the initial construction of the Seaside Shelter in February of 2020. Next. The district reserve. So the water that's being requested tonight would come from our district reserve. It was reinstated in 2019 by ordinance number 182, and it currently has a balance of 9 acre feet. And the board may remember the city of Seaside or city of Monterey came to us in 2020 requesting water from the district reserve for a couple of affordable housing projects where they had and those projects did not move forward. So there has been no debit at this point to the district reserve. The reserve is available for use at the board's discretion. And if you approve this item tonight, there would still be a balance of 8.607 acre feet of water. And as part of this request, also Community Human Services is requesting a deferral of the capacity fees that would be charged, assuming the board authorized the debit to the district reserve. District Rule 24H2 allows the board to payment for for California nonprofit public benefit corporations when there is a hardship to the project proponent. And in your board packet, I think you've got all the backup information on this. when a delay in payment is approved, a deed restriction is recorded that requires payment of all fees if the project ever transfers to a for-profit agent or group. So, and the board also has to set a interest rate that was at the time that if it ever changed from nonprofit to a profit situation. Next. The recommendation tonight is the board approve 0.393 acre feet from the district reserve for these two women's shelter projects. And that the board also approved deferral of payment of the capacity fees for both of the projects at an interest rate of 4%, which was consistent with the previous action the board took in 2020. The Community Human Services is a 501c3 and qualifies, and the applicant has stated that it would be a hardship. And I know on our meeting this evening, Robin McCray, who is CEO of Community Human Services, is available, as well as their architect, Chris Barlow. So anyway, that's staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments? I'm in favor of granting the request. Director Riley.
I'm just so pleased that the district has the reserve. I'm pleased that we have a public interest category of exceptions or special considerations. And I just think this is a perfect example of how it ought to be used. So I'm going to be supporting it as well.
I agree.
Director Adams.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I too am supportive of it. But I had a question that I didn't quite understand, and that was so regarding should we have the shelter there, say for 10 years, and miraculously we don't have the need of a women's shelter in downtown Monterey anymore. Are you saying then that the property, if Community Human Services were to sell that property, the person who is buying it would have to pay all of the fees for the last 10 years when the shelter was running it?
So they would be paying the deferred capacity fee. So today, I think our capacity fee is somewhere in the neighborhood of $32,000 per acre foot. And this is what?
This is a rule that we have. It's not a law, correct? This is a management district.
Normally when someone pulls a permit, so today, if we authorize this 0.393 acre feet of water, they would need to pay the fee associated with that, which I'm just going to say is roughly $15,000. And what our deferral would do is allow them not to pay that $15,000 today, but in the future, if that use changes to a for-profit agency, at that time, they would have to pay that $15,000 plus 4% interest for the length of time that had been deferred.
And so when you say the length of time that has been deferred, are you saying it would be, say, $15,000 times 10 years of 4%? So 4% of $15,000 over 10 each year for 10 years.
Yeah, and Mary, just to also put that in perspective, our current connection fees, capacity fees are raised annually on July 1st by the CPI. And so recently, you've seen our capacity fees go up by 3 to 4% a year, just as a regular cost of living increase. And so selecting a 4% increase interest is not actually that much different than what somebody might pay after 10 or 15 years if they were coming in for a permit at that time.
And is that on the deed, or how is that tracked? Who keeps track of that?
It would be recorded as a deed restriction, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand.
Yeah, and just to put some real numbers on it, at the total that's shown here, the 0.3 it'd be about $12,576, and 10 years from now, it would be $18,616. So, that's your compounded growth. And I'm sure it would then become subject to some purchase and sale agreement and negotiation back and forth between who really puts that.
Okay, but it would not be putting a burden so onerous on Community Human Services that they would be unable to sell the property. That's what I was concerned about. Sounds the answer is no. Okay, thank you very much.
And not only that, but they also retain that capacity. So the property will always have a higher capacity because of the action the board takes this evening.
Well, the question, if it is sold to another nonprofit, then that same waiver would pass on to the new owner,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Director Riley?
Right, it was, Mary's question raises another one in my mind. What happens about the allocation? Because the allocation is based on a public interest allocation. If it goes to a private party, does that allocation then go to that city's allocation somehow? Does that get transferred somehow, or is it always permanently connected to our reserve?
Well, it would be debited from the reserve today. And so, yes, it would always be debited from that reserve.
Yeah, it'll go with the property. So yes, there's that potential that a private party will end up with a public benefit allocation. Eventually, the hope would be it doesn't happen, but there's only so much we can do. By then, in a world that's different than the one Kevin Dayton talked about, we're talking about new supply available to the community for all the housing growth and all the commercial growth that's needed, that's projected for the next 30 years. At that time, these allocations won't have as much meaning, but it will still be stuck with the property.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's give the public a chance to speak to this.
Yes, so if you would like to
proposal.
make public, yes, so if you would like to make public comment on item number 18, please raise your hand. Chair Paul, I see no raised hands, so I'll return this back to the board.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion?
Yes, I'm ready to make a motion to approve, see the wording here. The concern,
The shortcut,
Yeah.
Director Malik, would be to approve staff recommendation.
Yes, thank you.
I'll second it, but I also have just a quick question following up on Mary's and George's. Could that new property owner try to sell the allocation that they didn't need if they bought the property?
Well, technically they could if they went through the process to transfer water via our Rule 28.
But it's impractical to do that.
Correct. It's been challenged under CEQA and it's become much more difficult.
Good answer. Thank you.
Let's hope it all works out as we want it to. Yeah.
It's a good project, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good,
Yeah.
it's a worthy project.
Agreed.
Either. Okay, any other comments or questions? If not, let's vote. Oh,
Director-
I'm sorry. Mayor Roberson, did you have something? Did you want to say something? Director Roberson?
No, I'm good. That's fine. Excellent use.
Okay.
I'm really not worried. In 10 years, if we're still arguing about 0.39 acre feet, we're in a big heap of trouble, folks.
And we could.
Good point. No. Well, it's not going to come to pass.
No.
Okay,
Director Malik,
let's vote.
Yes.
Director Edwards,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Aye.
Director Roberson,
Yes.
Director Anderson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Adams,
Aye.
Chair Paul.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. And now at
Uh,
long last, we come.
Madam Chair, can we extend the meeting for another 30 minutes? We have a rule of 9 o'clock and we're running
I
after.
did not know that.
Oh, yeah, we got a rule, 9 o'clock. I'm just doing it because there's a rule out there. Mr. Laredo
Oh,
must have
it's
went to sleep on us.
No.
Can we extend it another 30 minutes so we can get through these?
Well,
We have to.
Yeah, I don't think it's a hard and fast meeting rule adopted, but it was a kind of a courtesy rule adopted on behalf of one of our directors.
That's right.
all right, our general counsel, did you want to say something?
I agree with Mr. Stoll. It is not a requirement, but you have a request by Mr. Edwards.
Okay. Is there anyone who really objects to continuing to try and finish our agenda now? Can we do it?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you. Just covering
Let's
because
do
we
it.
missed something. Somebody come back and hunt us. So, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry it's so long, but
That's all
we're
right.
almost there.
I understand.
And this is a really important, these two next items, really important. We've been discussing the need for professional public relations, augmenting our capacity for public relations. And now we've got two proposals in front of us. So let's start with with 19 is would be us adding a new staff position. Dave, do you want to present that?
Yeah, and I don't think that this one's very controversial. These two, 19 and 20, are mutually exclusive of each other. It's not one or the other, so this one can be considered alone. What we are proposing to do is get a permanent staff position that will be advertised at two different levels, public outreach coordinator or public outreach specialist, depending on the skill set and qualifications of applicants. This position would manage the day-to-day execution of our public outreach strategy, manage the, if any, third-party outside consultants, endeavor to build a portfolio of design contacts who can do the graphical work that we need, understand the graphical work. There are some pieces of software related to marketing and outreach that are desirable and in the job description. And in effect, would work on being the staff person to get done all those things we know need to get done that have never gotten done, like targeted email list management, some of the just monthly placement of ads and keeping up the costs of direct mail, TV, radio, and all that kind of stuff. So it'd be the position similar to Rachel Martinez, who we had a decade ago, that then we replaced with a local outside consultant, and then trying to bring it back inside. Not much more to say on this one.
So,
Thank
excuse
you,
me,
George.
I have a question. Did you, I missed the beginning of what you said. I think my computer wasn't loud enough. Did you say it's either one or the other? You didn't?
No, they're mutually exclusive. We would bring somebody in-house either way,
Okay.
with or without the third. That's the recommendation of the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. George?
No, I just want to add that the Public Outreach Committee recommends that this happen and recommends approval. I just want to add that.
Yeah, and I'm also on that committee. I support this as well. I
I'd
think
like
we
to
need yeah.
ask a question.
Director.
Have you is this considered to be a full-time job or a part-time job? And have you considered a contract position with a certain time limit before it becomes permanent?
We talked about all three. The contract is tantamount to what we did before with TMD. We've looked for qualified people who could work half-time. We are somewhat expectant that maybe some qualified people who might fulfill a half-time role or part-time role would apply for the specialist position. But it's going to be challenging to do that. We've talked also about job sharing. We did a little bit with an outreach specialist for one other agency a number of years ago. But I think the contract position is very similar to just a third-party contract, finding someone out there. But yeah, the lesser position, Public Outreach Committee did talk about that, whether we could lure in, part-time, low-level full-time, or high-level full-time under the same job posting. And we'll try to look at that, but I'm not optimistic.
Right, see, the point I would make is we really don't know if this is going to be a 40-hour week job or not, or it might be a 40-hour week job that would morph into something less once you get your database and the job description set. So I don't know, you're the staff and the general manager, you all know what you need more than I do. It's just something we would look at in the city. And when we do a contract position, that becomes a city employee. It simply has an end of the contract and may become a full-time permanent position.
Yeah, we've done a few of those where they're originally grant funded, so they time out and then convert them over to ongoing staff.
Okay, thank you.
So a limited term position initially? Is that what?
I'm not saying, I don't know. I don't have enough information. I'm not a staff person, so obviously staff has to make this determination of what their need is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The question I have is, why do you need both positions?
You mean that the outside consultant and the staff
Yes.
person? Yeah. Okay. Dave, do you want to speak to that, or
yeah,
George may also want to speak to that?
Yeah, you can reinforce it. I think the feeling of the Public Outreach Committee was, at least for the next 2 years, if not longer, we're going to need some pretty high level support for, call them thematic issues, or, call it the full court press on a number of issues, which the outside consultant could provide leadership on and prior experience. And much of what we were looking for with the in-house position, unless it was somebody super special, is building the infrastructure to support an ongoing public outreach effort and to work with an outside firm to make all this happen. But it really came down to, there's so much going on right now. We're losing ground. Let's throw some resources at it for the next, near-term period.
Yeah, I'm 100% in support of what I call lobbying, what I call public relations. I'm just wondering if we need both of them, because then I don't know if you have the budget for both of these positions, or how is this going to be paid for?
Yeah, so we did budget, but not enough for both positions. So when the two staff notes say budgeted yes, it's not really yes after I've done a relook at it.
I thought
Oh,
only
no,
one was
okay, we
budgeted.
got the staff note right. You'll see in the next one, it says budgeted no.
And the other one is not, yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it possible that the outside one would not be based on, those are usually job related, task related. And while an inside person could be developing, I'm sure they need help on it though, but a mailing list or email list or things, the outside person could immediately produce some materials that we need and not be full-time really. It's a job basis.
Right, and it's highly possible that when we get to the next one, that we wouldn't come anywhere near the budget that has been proposed here. In the past, we've lived with, basically an annual retainer of about $40,000 that included a lot of the preparation of ongoing material and collateral and printed items and so forth, with a budget of 16 to 20,000 of materials. For those of you who were on the call 2 months ago with Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency, they have no in-house person, but they spend over 200,000 a year on their outside consultant.
Wow.
So we have previously tried to get a lot for very little. This represents kind of a change in that thinking.
Mhm.
Director Riley and then Director Adams. I'm sorry. Did you wanna? I didn't realize you had another question.
No, I'm just making a statement, and you heard me before that public outreach is one of our weak points, and we have to do a fantastic job in public outreach, especially in the next few years, where we're dealing with all these conflicts and all these issues, whether it's LAFCO, whether it's CalAm, whether it's a PUC or whatever. So we have a lot of demons that we are dealing with, pardon my accusation, but it is so important that we do not chintz on that. It is just how you allocate it and how you select your person power to do it, is what I'm asking.
Well, I have my own answer to that, but I would like to let Director Adams and Director Riley, they both have something to say. So
Thank you.
Director Adams first. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess what I was thinking about is that could we do this in steps? And could we first go ahead and see what we find in the market as far as someone who's going to take on the position? And if that person, is somebody who's, really skilled and qualified, I would expect that person may have his or her own folks that they want to reach out to, with whom they've worked in the past. So I guess what I'm asking is, are we going to be committing tonight to bringing both on right away? Or is this something where we could start with the staff person, see what's in the market, see who we can find, and then make the determination of how do we want to handle the consultant person, rather than thinking we're going to give a giant check and here's the contract and just go for it, and let the new person that we're bringing on have some input into all of that.
I have a modification to what Mary's suggesting. I think I suggest we advertise for both and see what you find. And it is possible that you find that individual or a firm that may be able to cover both of these items, and this way once you interview different people for the different positions, you'll be able to judge how this whole thing is going to come together.
That makes sense to me too.
Director Riley.
I'm a little bothered by the direction this conversation is going. We have been without any service from anybody for almost 3 years. For almost 3 years. We are behind schedule on trying to get up to speed on being able to present our story. I think there are two items here this evening that are critical to where we're trying to go as a district. And I do not think that we need to continue to depend on staff to do all the work that is specially, that has specialists related to it. And the more we do that, the more we postpone facing our own responsibility to get the word out, to put us on the map, to make sure our message is out there we are behind schedule in every dimension of public outreach.
Yes,
Way behind schedule.
yes,
We're way under talented, under skilled
yep,
at that.
yep.
So my suggestion is, let's give Dave the flexibility to figure out who might apply and how that might fit in his idea about how to pursue public outreach and public information. That's the staff position. That's the first position. The second question, which is the next item on the agenda, is how do we get professional skill set into the dynamics of how we present our story. So I think there are two different issues. One is a little time, there's flexibility in the timing around who might apply, whether it's half-time, full-time, three-quarters time, contract, employee, whatever it is. That's going to take some time because there's advertising related to that. I mean, recruiting time. And that may take, months, 2 months, 10 weeks or so. I don't know. But the other issue is we are so behind. We need help now. And I just hope we don't think that we can keep kicking this can down the road.
No.
No, I didn't
I
mean
agree
to insinuate that at all. That I agree with you, George. We cannot kick the can down the road any further. I just felt like we might find, I don't know. So enough said from me.
I have a comment I'd like to make.
I agree with what George said. Yes, Director Anderson.
My view, just having gone through some hiring with our nonprofit and looking around town, looking at all the help wanted, I don't think this is going to be an easy hire to find somebody with that kind of skill, but I know that it takes a long time to get a really good person now. That it's, there's jobs gone wanting to be filled in this area. So I don't think that that's a quick thing, but I think you can hire a specialist firm that already has the skills. If it were me, I would start by, maybe interviewing a couple of the ones on your list, but start with somebody who can get going right away and produce some professional materials, because that person is going to be probably one of the ones that's going to help familiarize a new person that isn't a specialist. And I bet if there's a specialist out there, they've got a job with a big company already. So I would doubt that you could hire somebody quickly and easily that could come in. Just one more comment. I was out near Whole Foods the other day, and I ran into a person that I know that's got a big presence on the community, very smart person. And he basically said, I don't understand anything about what's going on with the water. So that is what's happening. And, I gave him a short answer, which I think is pretty much the right answer about what Measure J asked us to do. And that's what we're doing. But I agree with George. Hire somebody with the skills right now to get moving on it. And then, because I strongly believe that getting somebody on a staff level is going to take time to get somebody with those kinds of abilities and skills, and the eye and the thought process that goes behind marketing and everything. It's complicated. So I've said.
So you're saying we can hire an outside consultant that can happen faster than hiring a staff person.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that's, I agree.
Well, we grouping these together. This first one is for the in-house. And I was told during administrative meeting it could take 90 days, 120, 180 days to put out the applications for the job description.
Yeah.
So that one, I'm already ready to approve. The next one, let's talk about it when we get to it. We group them together and it's getting distorted. We need the in-house one to get us on the road and find out what's going on, and then we need the outside one. So let's stop grouping them together and let's do this first one for the staff.
Okay, I agree. I just think that, okay, we can do one at a time. We can do the staff
Right.
position first. I just think that we can bring on an outside, and I agree that we need both, but I think we can bring a consultant on potentially a lot faster than a staff person. So
Well,
we just bear that in mind.
After
I
you
still
take
think we
this
need
out,
both.
after you take it out to the public, I'll make a move to approve the staff position.
Okay. All right, let's take it out to the public.
Yes, so if you would like to make public comment on this matter, please raise your hand. Or if you're calling in, push *9. And at this time, I'd like to invite Anna Thompson. And Anna, when you're ready, please present your comment.
I'm sorry, I didn't unmute myself. Yes, my view is that we should proceed with hiring a staff person as fast as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Okay. Next.
When you're ready, John McPherson, please present your comment.
Well, thank you very much. I would just like to say I really appreciate board members Edwards' comments and his dedication to moving this in the right direction. This is very, very important in a public setting. So thank you, Member Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. McPherson. One more.
Susan Schiavone, when you're ready, please present your comment.
Thank you. I totally support you having a staff person who can devote their time to messaging and communications on behalf of this agency. I know other agencies have these types of people, and they're essential in today's world where messaging is so important, especially given our social media life, etc. So yeah, I support this, and they will take time to develop their skills and get to know this agency and what they need to do. So yes, it will take more time for that person to get up and running. So yeah, I agree with you. Do this and then address the next agenda item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Okay.
Chair Paul, I see no raised hands, so I return this back to the board.
Okay, Director Edwards, you're about to make a motion.
That we approve staff recommendation for this in-house person.
I second it.
Thank you.
Roll call vote, please.
Director Anderson,
Yes.
Director Roberson,
Aye.
Director Riley,
Aye.
Director Edwards,
Aye.
Director Malik,
Yes.
Vice Chair Adams,
Aye.
Chair Paul.
Yes.
The motion
I'd
carries.
just like to add, thank you. And I think we all have the understanding that Dave, you have the flexibility you need to shape the position the way that best meets the district's needs. And that you may be able to determine that partly based on if we get an outside consultant, what the outside consultant is doing. Yeah.
Yeah, and that timing, it is easier to get an outside person on board quicker, and you may find yourselves in a position where you go, I like the direction we're in with the outside consultant. Let's defer on the in-house position. You'll have that luxury, I think, just to have a look at it.
As a matter of fact, the outside consultant may have somebody in mind or know of that can fill in the in-house position. So I'm in favor of the outside consultant for sure.
Well, let's get
Now,
to that.
note that, yeah, let's get to that one. Item 20, note that the staff recommendation lays out 3 options for us to consider. So I think we should take a moment to look at those 3 options. It'll help us, I think, focus our consideration.
Yeah, and by way of clarification, I think there was a little sidebar discussion. I did want to clarify that in the recommendation, little I is not direct staff to hire a firm of its own choosing. it would be, if you're ready to go today as our board, and you said, hire this firm or this person, then that's what the first action represents. It's you've had enough. You've made a decision tonight. Go hire this firm. We're all in agreement. Got 4 votes. So it's not delegating authority to staff.
And when we say go hire this firm, I guess what we mean is make the offer to.
Right.
to a
Right.
particular
Ask
consultant,
for,
right.
ask for scope and budget and.
But the way it was written is that you will go through an advertising situation, and you're going to interview a few that you listed here. So
Well, that's one option, but that's only one of the options.
I prefer this option to the others. I
Yeah,
don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to hire somebody without knowing what other choices we have out there. It is especially in an organization, a public agency like ours. You need to go through the process of selection. You cannot just appoint somebody out of the clear blue skies. So my request or my vote will be to go to advertise, to interview these people that you have listed, and then you select one of them based on their capabilities and based on our needs.
And one of the options in the recommendation is to appoint a subcommittee of directors to go do that.
Yes, you can do that. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And maybe that would be more efficient. Director Riley.
I'm going to make a pitch that we pursue small I number 1, which is to direct our attention to a specific consultant. I just feel like we've kicked this can around for 3 different meetings over 6 months. But that is only part of the story, because we've been without an outreach specialist for more than 2 years. And we are losing ground. We are losing the argument. We are losing the narrative. The Pine Cone has more substance in the narrative that they're presenting than we do, than the district. Cal-Am is on a campaign.
Yep.
They're spreading confusion with not only their kind of community meetings they're trying to have, which are pretty weak, but they're also putting out opinion polls about comparing a drought to a desal plant. They are controlling the narrative. The people that we are trying to compensate for the public interest and provide a service that's in the public interest, we're losing ground to the advocates of the other side. And I don't even want to call it the dark side. All I'm saying is we have a direction that we're trying to go in, and we are losing ground. What's coming up in the next couple of months? You got the Coastal Commission meeting that's already scheduled. You got the PUC that's already scheduled. You got some litigation coming up. We have messaging in our documents, in our filings, in our statements to PUC, to the Coastal Commission, to Dave's letters about be aware of this or whatever. We have stories to tell. We just cannot rely on Dave writing a letter and expecting a wide distribution of that information. He did a terrific job with the League of Women Voters. We had 78 people. Well, how many people do we think, how many people do we think are interested in water on the peninsula? How many people ask questions invariably and all the time? And we only see a piece of it. All I'm saying is we need an organized approach. We need it now. We need it professional. And we need to tell our story to the broader community. And our broader community is not just ratepayers. It's citizens who live here who are not ratepayers. They're taxpayers in general. There are voters in general. There are businesses. There are people who work here but live somewhere else. And they're dealing with the water issue. There's a wide community that we should be communicating with, and we should be doing it in a concerted, professional way. And we have not been doing that for more than 2, maybe 3 years. I just think it's time for us to move forward and move forward tonight. And I don't want to see any more kicking the can down the road. We need to make a decision. I just back up one more comment, Safwat. As a committee, we've bounced this issue around over and over and over again for 3 different meetings. And I just hope tonight this board can make a decision. No more kicking the can down the road. Please.
George and others, you heard me, and all that stuff has been recorded for months on end, for meetings on end, about the importance of us must have public relations campaign. I've said it. You all been present when I said it, and it is timely to do it. It is how you do it is the question. And whether George has a confidence in someone that he wants to hire and the board approves, that's fine with me. If we want to go through a week or 2 weeks of interviewing people and selecting one, we waited all that time. Why don't we wait another week or 10 days to figure out what we need to do? So either way, it is important. Yes, we have meetings coming out of our ears that we need to be aware of, and we need to combat the campaign of other people. Enough said.
Okay, I think we all agree that this is a decision we really needed to have made some time ago, and we need to really resolve this and have somebody do the work.
And
really as soon as we
and
can.
don't kick the can down the road anymore.
No, I don't want to kick the can down the road. Okay.
If you take it out to the public, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, so if you would like to make public comment on this matter, please raise your hand. And at this time, I would like to invite John McPherson. John, when you're ready, please present your comment. John?
Sorry about that. The mute function. I would advise the board to be very careful as a public entity in contracting with a group that could be considered as lobbyists. We all know that public agencies can contract with legal representation, but the slope gets a little slippery when we're talking about lobbyists. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Am I going too far in asking if we have the pleasure of John McPherson, the school board trustee, or is it another John McPherson?
John McPherson, would you like to respond?
It is, you're correct, Dave.
I've just unmuted him.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I am speaking tonight as the executive director for Sustainable Ag and Energy, but I also have the role as county trustee on the school board.
Great.
Thank you.
Very helpful. Thank you.
And Chair Paul, I see no raised hands, so I return this back to the board.
Thank you. Director Riley and then Director Edwards.
No, I just want to make sure the last comment about lobbyists. I think at the very beginning of our meeting tonight, we had a question about whether we might be able to discuss a lobbyist. We agreed to put it onto this item. I just think we have item A and item B in this category. One is a consultant for public outreach and the other is a lobbyist. I just want to make sure that these are 2 different discussions. At least I think they are. And I just want to clarify that we are talking about 2 different issues on this item.
I'm
So the
confused about
lobbyist-
where you
yeah.
have an A and a B. I don't see what you're talking about.
Yeah, you have to clarify that.
And Chair Paul, I apologize, but two hands shot up as soon as I said that there was no raised hands.
Okay,
So-
let's open it back up for public comment.
And at this time, I would like to invite Susan Schiavone. Susan, when you're ready, please present your comment.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think this is very, very important. I think you should vote on something tonight. I think you should pick somebody this evening that you think is acquainted with what they need to do. I don't see any of these people who listed here as lobbyists. I don't think it's a matter of lobbying. If anything, it's lobbying for the district in terms of messaging. You need some people that are good, who know the issues, can hit the ground running. The last people you hired they had very tepid messaging. It was so easy to ignore the advertisements that they put in. So I think you should get an agency that's got some punch and energy with it. I certainly think that the Wellman Advertising Agency is a good agency. I'm not familiar with the other ones, but I do think that whichever one you do hire, you should do it tonight. And I think you should make a decision on this because the Coastal Commission is coming in less than 2 months. There's a lot of messaging that needs to be happening that is being taken up by CalAmp, and they are running with it hard. They're running with it hard, trying to reach out to the public. They're doing workshops. They're phone calling people. I had a woman tell me that she's been phone called by CalAmp, and they're doing kind of a push survey on the phone. If you hear this way, would you approve of it? If you heard it this way, would you not approve? And there's just a lot of messaging going on their side of things that is very pro desal. And if this board is not supporting the desal and wants to move in the direction of buying out CalAmp and doing Measure J and working with the water supply the way we see it with Pure Water Monterey, then I really think this community needs to understand what that means. And I know they don't. So I support you hiring somebody right away. Thank you.
Right on.
Thank you, Susan. I think we have one more.
And then at this time, I would like to invite Anna Thompson. Anna, when you're ready, please present your comment.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I agree 100% with all that Susan just said. And I don't think we're talking about lobbying as much as telling the truth and informing the people. This is being able to communicate the truth to the people. People don't know, and they believe whatever CalAmp disinformation is doing. And it's very, very important that if we all understand what the truth is, we definitely will want to make sure that we don't get this plant, and we are going to be able to purchase CalAmp. But right now, a lot of people believe that we need the desal plant, and a lot of people believe that we need CalAmp, that it's the only one that can do it, and they don't know anything about what this agency has been doing and all the extra work that you're putting. And this is another reason why we have to buy CalAmp, because it's destroying us. You know, I feel like our health is in danger. You have to be on top of them. They're so litigious. You have to be on top of everything. We have other things to do than paying those extreme profits and then giving us all this extra work and all of this legal things that we have to deal with. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we don't have a monopoly controlling our water? We would have much better, it would be much affordable, and at the same time, it would make your work so much better, all our work so much better. So thank you very much. And then let's go ahead and get somebody that can communicate very well to the public what the truth is. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Chair Paul, I see no raised hands, so I turn this back to the board.
Thank you.
I have a question for General Counsel. Is a lobbyist the same as public relations?
I think those are just labels. It's the same function. Lobbyists typically deal with legislators. Public relations deals with the public, but
Yeah.
I believe it's the same function.
Yeah, well, I think, yeah, I would say Dave's correct, but it's a different function, that they are uniquely different. You know, you look at Coastal Commission lobbyists, and they've had years and years and years of experience specific to the Coastal Commission. So I don't think we're really talking about hiring a lobbyist here. There are two firms that we've talked to that have campaign and lobbying experience. So it could be construed as a little bit of a gray area between the two. But what you're really asking for is true public outreach.
Yes.
However, I think you need to also direct your general manager to go do some lobbying in conjunction with some messaging from your new consultant, should you get one. So.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, General Manager and Mr. Laredo. Hey, I'd like to make a motion that we hire well-mannered ads. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion.
Yeah, under discussion, I want to know, in the city, I don't have an experience of the city council ever hiring an outside firm. And so my question, I think, is legal for general counsel is, are there any procedures that this public body has to follow with respect to RFPs, single person contracts, interviews, et cetera? How are we on a legally with respect to hiring somebody?
Yeah. This is a consultant that will be performing professional duties. There are no generic legal restrictions on doing that. There are no code provisions that limit that. Typically, it's not ordinary for a board to directly hire, but in this instance, this is to convey to the public what the values are of the board, and I think that it is not inappropriate for the board to direct the hiring of a specific firm.
All right, thank you.
And we asked our general counsel the same question at the public outreach committee meeting. Yeah.
And just on the second, Chair, hey, I heard this conversation over 2 years. First 2 years on the board, and going into the third year, the same conversation keep coming up. We keep going out. We keep getting these the names that I'm seeing 3 or 4 times. So tonight, let's stop it.
It's time to do it.
Let's stop it.
I think we're trying to do that.
Director Malik, you've been bringing this up since you've been on the board about a professional. And I trust this professional because he knows the subject. He knows it. He's out there in the public. So he'll be working for the board and general manager, and he's not going to be working for anybody else. So I want to move him at this time. So that's my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Director Anderson.
I have some thoughts that are different than Alvin's, than Director Edwards. And I totally agree this is extremely important. I think that we need to hire a really good consultant. There are a number of good consultants on this list, I'm sure. I personally have been looking again at Spoke, which I've heard very good things about. And they went through a soft spot recently trying to get staff. I was very impressed with the numbers of people that they had all of a sudden, because it wasn't the case a number of months ago. They have depth. They usually serve nonprofits. Their prices are very competitive. They're talented. They've had huge clients like Chomp and the aquarium and all kinds of things. And I think that to avoid any I don't want to have and it has nothing to do with the ability of Wellman, absolutely nothing. It's very good. It has to do with providing our opponents with another thing to beat us about. Oh, this person is involved with Public Water Now. This person is married to, or partner is Public Water Now person. He was at Public Water Now meetings. And he did a great job for Public Water Now. But I don't want to go there because I'm very concerned about that. If we have another really good local organization, I would like Dave to really check them out. And have now that they're kind of, you know, filled out again to have, I know that they've come back to talk to him and I've only heard good things. So that's what I am interested in, because I don't want to provide any more targets for people to throw rotten tomatoes at us. And I'm talking about the opposition. I just really worry about that.
Okay, Director Adams.
Thank you, Amy, for making your comments. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. And again, I think that the ad agency that we're talking about is superb. No question at all. Could they hit the ground running? Yes, probably so. But I think that the optics are so damaging to us that we would simply be shooting ourselves in the foot. I feel that it's something that's more difficult to overcome than we might even realize here. But the idea of simply giving ammunition to our opponents doesn't make sense to me. I think that we need to be really thoughtful about what Pandora's box we would be opening if we were to go down this road. And I would not be able to support it because I care so much about this issue and about moving forward and about making it happen and finally, you know, being in people's face when we need to be. But I don't want to do it at the expense of having a complete public relations disaster.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel.
Okay.
And it's not a statement about capability. It's
Absolutely
a statement about
not.
inviting some, just, you know, a whole bunch more
grief
and issues for them to concentrate on, and it would happen.
I'm going to recognize myself at this point. My strong preference, my first preference would be to hire Phil Wellman. Now, I have been wrestling with this for a long time because I understand the objections that Mary and Amy have raised. They're serious objections, and they're definitely ones we have to consider. But I should say first, Phil Wellman is the only consultant on this list that I know from personal experience. But I you know, he did a fantastic job on Measure J, and it was great working with him on our campaign. And he knows the issues and the community like no one else. And I just feel very, very confident that he would be a great fit for this position. And I also believe that he really understands our issues extremely well. Now, I have looked at the information about the other firms. It sounds like I don't know any of the other ones personally. From what I've seen online, Spoke Consulting might also be a very good choice. But considering other, you know, a variety of firms, this takes more time, and time that we don't have. If I didn't have such strong confidence in Phil Wellman that he would be very, very good fit for what we need, I would not normally say, yeah, let's go with this person without checking out all the others. But under the circumstances, the timing, our need, and the degree of confidence I have in Phil Wellman abilities and commitment, I think that would be the best, that we could get started now with what we have to do with our messaging and our outreach. To the concerns of Mary and Amy, and I understand what you're saying. I understand the worry about the optics and the fear that this will be used against us. But you know what? No matter what we say and who we have as our consultant, they're going to attack, they're going to attack, they're going to attack. We expect it. We got to be prepared for it. They will say things that are untrue. They'll make all sorts of accusations. Look, we know how this is played. We just have to be truthful, honest, transparent, and remember, in terms of the optics of having somebody associated with Measure J, well, this is part of what we're doing is implementing Measure J. So it actually, in many ways, is not a problem that the consultant that worked on the Measure J campaign work on implementing Measure J. And remember, it's under our direction. We make policy. We, the board, make policy. We make the decisions. We direct our consultants. It's not the other way around. So we're in the driver's seat. We direct our consultant, whoever that is. And I think we just, we need to remember what our role is, what our consultant's role is. And, we've checked with our general counsel on this to make sure that there isn't, that number one, we can go out and directly hire a firm without going through a RFQ process. Yes, we can. There isn't any kind of impermissible conflict of interest. So really, it's just this worry about optics and that it'll be used against us. Well, let them have at it. They're going to continue to, oppose us with everything they can find. And we just need to take the high road, be truthful, be honest, correct misinformation, give good information, make our arguments and reach the public. And I think we are actually, Phil Wellman could, is available and interested in doing it. And he, I think, would do a great job for us. So that would be, because we could get started the quickest, that would be my preference. So I would support the motion. If it doesn't get a majority on the board, then we'll have to do something different. But that's my strong preference. I think that's in our best interest.
What is the motion?
To
hire Phil Wellman. And to not, to forego, going through RFQ process, soliciting letters of interest and interviewing.
Yeah, and on that subject, Madam Chair, let me just quickly pull this up. This is from Dave Laredo's own memo on the subject to the board. The general competitive bid requirement may be waived in contracts for professional services. An additional exception to the general bid rule is for a person or firm with special services or advice in the following fields: financial, economic, accounting, engineering, legal, or administrative matters, if such persons are specially trained and experienced and competent to perform, which removes all questions for special services for somebody specially trained in the area. So, it depends on the nature of the services and the qualifications of the person, but your authority to use the exception for special services in the consulting area is pretty well defined by the code.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
I would like to hear from the other board members who haven't spoken about how they feel about.
Yeah, I have a question. There's a concern about optics. We know Phil has worked on campaigns very successfully and so on. So to depersonalize it, once we have an outside consultant for PR, would there be a contract specifying, well, obviously there would be a contract specifying what the district expects of the person, right?
Yep.
Then the second one, could that contract, to avoid the optics of you're hiring a campaign manager, would that contract would be it exclusive? This person works exclusively for the district? Have you thought that far? Or does this person have the district as a client and can do other things, represent other clients, et cetera? Did your outreach committee think about what the specifics of the contract would be? If you don't want to go RFQ, I'm just I think if the full board hires somebody, the full board should interview honestly applicants, but I'm not going to have heartburn either way. So my question is, I'm sorry, I'm rambling a little bit. I've got to run a city council meeting tomorrow, not as bad as what you have to do, Mary, but well, we'll see. Has there been thought about what the contract would look like? Would it be exclusive? Would it preclude the consultant working in other areas? What are your thoughts on that? That would allay any concerns about perceived optics, I think.
Yeah, we typically attach a scope of services to the services contract. So that'll be covered. I can tell you past experience wise, we had a public outreach consultant who was not exclusive, was dedicated for a certain number of minimum hours per month, and went and ran a political campaign for county supervisor at the time. So, those kind of things, I don't think, the business model is not such that we're going to pay them so much that we're their desirable only source of income. But
yeah, that would not be workable.
Yeah, but the terms of what you do for us and who you take your direction from is something that we would definitely put into the contract.
Okay, then just focusing in and honing in on that, does it give anybody any concern going forward if you hire a consultant and that person helps elect one of the board members who is in essence their boss? Would you want to restrict that and say, yeah, you can represent all the people you want, but not one of the board members? Because I don't know if that's a conflict of interest or what, but does that concern anybody else? Would you want to put that in a contract to limit the consultants? Yeah, you work for the district and you also got people elected on going forward. I'm not talking about the past, but going forward. Is that a concern of anybody besides me?
Yes.
I can understand your feeling.
I think that ought to be an exclusion in whatever agreement we have.
We could do that.
Mr.
That would
Laredo,
address that concern.
Mr. Laredo, you keep disappearing on me. Hey, can we do that?
You certainly have the ability to put that into a contract. It's not required, but you certainly can, and that would be a logical way to minimize the perception of conflict, and that would certainly be there.
Okay, do we have to, well, I know if we draw up a contract, do we have to approve it before we hire? Or can we hire and I see GM shaking his head.
I believe that contract should come back to this body. It could be on your consent calendar, but it's clear that the board, what is being proposed is the board is doing the hiring. The board should review the contract.
Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely.
And
we could,
but through the chair, one more, GM, how long would it take you and Mr. Laredo to draw up a contract for Phil Wellman? Wellman, you on mute?
Dave.
A few days.
Thank you.
And then.
I mean, call it a week, so that we can get other work done.
But
we have to speak with Phil Wellman.
I think you're about to say you had to speak to him, but then we are knocked off for a special meeting for the 29th. To get this approved, what we have to do, wait until next month, or can he start work right away? Right away. That's where we at. That's why I'm trying. We need to move on this.
We should have a contract. I think.
Well, have a
Agree,
contract.
General
Do we
Counsel?
need to have a special meeting to approve that contract so we can get on with this?
We may, huh? We may have to have a special meeting. Could be a short one.
that 29th date we canceled it. Can we reactivate it where everybody got something to do, except 4 of us, I hope. Let's.
Can we, I mean, we haven't decided on Phil Wellman at this point. Can we
No,
continue
we
that
have not
discussion? I would like to hear from people. I mean, I know what you said, Chair Paul, that, you know, to heck with it. We'll just, you know, we'll just go out with our banners waving. I think that that's a dangerous, attitude, because I think we know that we're going to get flack. So let's not, I'm not doubting his abilities. I don't want to bring on things that are going to put us in the limelight for the rest of the public, that Caroline will make hay out of. And I don't want for us to have to dig out of an additional hole.
No, I don't either. But you know what? The bottom line is there's nothing wrong with hiring him if we think he would do a good job for us. There really isn't. I mean, we have considered that. We have looked at that. Is there a conflict of interest? No. Is there some procedure we need to follow that, you know, that precludes her doing it this way? No.
Well, I
it's
disagree
not
with
wrong. There's really nothing wrong with it.
Question. I like to call for the question. We need to move on for this. Call for the question, take that vote, see which way it goes.
Okay. Any,
Director Edwards,
Yes.
Director Malik,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Joel. So are we voting on calling for the question?
Yes, we have to, and then let's vote on what the motion is.
that's right. Thank you. Thank you.
Understood.
Clyde. Yeah, we have to, first on
It's,
whether to call.
it's my understanding to call for the question. It's not a simple majority. I think you need 2/3 vote, Mr. Laredo.
No, I don't believe that requires 2/3 vote.
Okay. All right, well.
You're making it hard on me, Mayor.
No, I just want to make sure we do things correctly. It was always been my understanding.
I don't blame you.
If you're following the Roberts Rules of
Okay.
Order, I think it does. Maybe it's not legal, but I don't know, whatever. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're voting on whether to call a question,
Well, just ending discussion, in other words.
ending discussion and voting. Yeah.
Right.
Director Riley,
So
Aye.
Director Roberson,
I have a lot more to say.
You can say no.
is that a yes or no?
No, it's a yes.
Director Anderson,
Oh. Guess we're gonna end up here anyway. Yes, for stopping the discussion at this point.
Vice Chair Adams,
Yes.
Chair Paul,
Yes.
the ayes have it.
Okay, now we vote on the motion.
And then again, this is not discussion, it's a question. Does the motion include the potential hiring of Wellman Associates to the full board reviewing the contract? And third, an exclusion where the contract would forbid Phil from being a campaign person for one of the directors.
For
Or
a
one of
candidate.
the Candidates.
Candidates, right?
For a candidate, but yeah.
Well, as long as the contract or after 2 years, like this year, everybody running opposed. There's nobody up for election on the board. Now, next 2 more years from now, it will be some. Are we chopping him off from that too? Or
So we
just
have
while
to-
he's working?
We would have to put a time frame on that exclusion. So
Right.
I'm not sure what it should be, but we'll figure it out.
Well, you would put a time frame on the contract in general. It's not, you don't do contracts in perpetuity anyway.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
thank you. Just clarifying the motion.
That's all.
Thank you. Everybody clear on the motion? Okay.
Chair Paul, just so that I'm clear, it's just gonna include, what Director Edwards, made, I don't know, a long time ago, which is to hire Phil Wellman, and then everything that, Mayor Roberson just stated.
To get his
Yeah.
vote, I'll accept it.
Okay.
Can we just be clear on, Joelle, what are the numbers on that vote to call the question?
Call the question, the vote that just happened, it was 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Okay, good, because I'm reading Robert's Rules of Order about the call for the question or the previous question, and there is some debate as to whether it's a 2/3 vote, so.
Okay, but we don't have to resolve that, do we?
No, Dave and I will discuss it tomorrow, and your vote obviates the need to talk about it.
But I'll also point out that you are guided by Robert's rules, not bound by that according to your rules. And your parliamentarian is your presiding officer.
Okay, yeah.
God help us. God help us.
Okay, we can do some rules, but we ain't got to do all the rules. That's what you tell. 9 o'clock cut off. Oh yeah, that's right. That's all. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna have
George
to
is,
sleep deprived public servants tomorrow. So
Yeah, Chair Paul, the maker of the motion agreed to the two amendments. Does the second agree to them as well?
That would be Director Riley.
Yes.
Okay, so Joelle, do you have the full motion now?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
You reread it for all of us then, please, Joelle?
Yes, so I'm ready to do the roll call vote.
Could you reread the motion first, please?
Yes, so the motion, as I understand it, is to hire Bill Wellman. and-
Associates, put that on there now.
Bill Wellman Associates, and to review the contract with Phil Wellman, and then preclude Phil Wellman from supporting a future MPWMD board member. That's just my draft
Well,
right now.
it would be, you would have to, part of the contract that you would have to agree to not be, work on the campaign of a candidate for the board
Candidate, okay.
for some period of time that we'd have to determine in the contract.
well, as long as he has a contract with the board,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which would make sense.
So when we say hire Phil Wilmer, what we really mean is sort of shorthand for offer, try to negotiate a contract with him, make an offer to him, and then negotiate the terms.
And make an offer.
Offer and negotiate, exactly.
All right. Good to go.
So, question. This will have to be approved by the board next meeting, or we're gonna have a special meeting for that? Since time is of the
Well,
essence.
let's vote on this and then we can address that question, okay? Because, I mean, yeah, right now the motion is just whether to make an offer to Phil Wellman. And then we can figure out the logistics of the next steps. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, let's vote then.
Director Anderson,
No,
Director Roberson,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Edwards,
Yes.
Director Malik,
Yes.
Vice Chair Adams,
No.
Chair Paul.
Yes.
The motion passes on a vote of 5-2.
Okay,
Thank you.
so now we have a question from Director Malik about the next steps and so Dave and Dave will draw up a contract or make an offer.
Madam Chair,
Come back.
a special meeting can be called with 24 hours notice. So I suggest that negotiations should commence when we've gotten to the point where we have a proposed contract to bring to the board. Then we'll discuss that with you as the chair to determine when it should then come back to the board for decision.
Very good. Sounds good. So, everybody, God, you are troopers and warriors, all of you. I think that we have actually, yeah, we do have two more action items, I'm afraid. Do we? Can we defer those to another meeting?
No, we cannot because of their nature,
Okay.
but I believe you can vote on these with an immediate motion and a second and
Yeah.
limited discussion.
Yeah,
The first
I
item,
think,
item 21 is to separately denote the position of district engineer. This is required because for the last several decades, our district engineer has also been a division manager, and because that's not the case now, they need to be split. But it's a title, and it's an honor for the hard work that Maureen Hamilton has put in to represent the district in this position, going from a petroleum engineer to or a chemical engineer to a civil engineer through hard work and dedication. We need to get her into this position as soon as possible and retire Larry pretty much to just as needed work to finish up Sleepy Hollow.
and I'm very thankful that he's available to play that role.
So
And
I'd be
we've all-
looking
I'm
for
sure-
a motion.
I
Okay, I
move the
make a
motion.
All right, I second it.
Madam Chair, you do
And I'm-
take public comment.
Does any members of the public wish to address item 21, adding the position of district engineer to the district's staff? Any members of the public, please raise your hand now. if you-
Chair Paul, I see no raised hands.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second, correct?
Chair Paul, I
Let's vote.
didn't quite get the person who made the motion and who seconded.
Supervisor Adams.
I think,
Okay, got it. The
And
second,
second by Chair Paul.
oh, got it.
and so we'll authorize staff to add this position. That's the motion. Okay. Vote?
Director Malik,
I abstain.
Director Edwards,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Aye.
Director Roberson,
Yes.
Director Anderson,
Yes,
Vice Chair Adams,
Aye.
Chair Paul.
Yes.
Motion carries.
And I'm comfortable speeding things up because I assume all the directors have read, the agenda materials.
Well, this next one is
Okay.
pretty straightforward. In order to apply for a grant under the California Department of Water Resources Urban and Multi-Benefit Drought Relief Grant Program, we need an adopted resolution of the applying agency. So this is just simply authorizing the agency to apply for this money. We believe it'll be on the order again of about $9.5 million. Monterey One Water previously applied for this back in March, and it was made abundantly clear that it would be more likely to be granted if a water district applied rather than a wastewater agency, and the project is a little more ready to go, and we have a little better language on emergency drought relief. So we're just picking up where they left off. It's about a 10-page application with 3 or 4 pages of cover letter and submittals, and it goes in electronically. So we're just trying to expand our good fortune on grant awards.
Director Riley.
No, I just want to compliment you, Dave, and the district in general for these grants. I think John Laird pointed out in his commentary yesterday about the money that's been coming into the district because of multiple people were advocating for support for reclaimed water in the public arena for, the public sponsorship of water supplies. And I'm just glad you're on it, and I'm glad the Monterey One Water is on it as well and figuring it out. Anyway, it's really good to hear, and I just have a little, cheering section in my brain for you.
Yep. Thank you for saying that, Director Riley. Yeah, well said. Any other any comments? Yes, Director Anderson.
I just have one question about this. How in the heck, Dave, do you remember the name of an organization like that and you're not even looking at the piece of paper? That's what I want to know.
I looked at it about 5 minutes ago.
Well, that's a long memory. Good grief. Thank you.
Okay.
Jim, will you need any help on this? Do you need to hire anybody for this, or can the staff?
No, because we're dressing up the previous grant application. And as I said, converting it to we're the applicant. We'll get letters of support from Monterey One Water. And I think we're in a pretty good shape. It's almost been written, but it's one of these where this money has recently been released. There's no deadline, so it's kind of the first ones in have a better chance than the last. So we want to get it in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a motion?
I move approval of staff recommendation to take this on.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions or comments? I guess we have to
Chair
take
Paul?
this out to
Yes, that's correct. I was gonna remind you.
public. Thank you.
Yes, so if you would like to make public comment on this matter, please raise your hand. Chair Paul, I see no raised hands.
Okay, thank you.
And I want to give one
Any-
shout out to, we've got a staff member who is not required to be on the board meeting, Daniel Atkins, who shows is still participating in the board meeting. So way to go, Daniel. If you're not asleep, we appreciate it.
I was wondering. All right. Ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, let's vote.
Director Roberson,
Aye.
Director Anderson,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Aye.
Director Edwards,
Yes.
Director Mallett,
Yes.
Vice Chair Adams,
Aye.
Chair Paul.
Yes,
The motion carries.
congratulations, everyone. The remaining items on our agenda are informational. I don't think anybody probably has the energy to discuss them. If I'm wrong, speak up now. Then we're adjourned.
Have a very good night.
Thank you very much.
What's left of it.